All right, we're live. We're on Upper Red Lake. We're chasing walleyes. We're in a new spot tonight, and it should be an all-around good time. I'm pretty excited. I'll show you what I got. I'm gonna be throwing down. I got this thumper spoon here, little minnow head. I've also got a dead stick right next to us, so I'm going to get this thing down. I like to stretch the line out a little bit when I put it down. Get that down into the zone. Hopefully that's going to be a fish catcher. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. I dropped it into the mud. Alright. So I got that guy right here. We are a little bit shallower today. I wonder if I could even zoom this out a little bit. Oops. And then pull that scope screen down. That'll be a little bit better. Alright, so we got that, and then I will put the dead stick down as well. I'll lower that down into the zone. So this will be interesting to see how things go tonight. Push that guy down. Is it almost there? Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's spin the scope a little bit. There. Now you guys see the weight and the minnow. Move this stuff out of the way a little bit. Alright, we're ready to go. We are fishing. We're out on Upper Red Lake, and it should be a good time. Let's see. Okay, so that's a pretty good depth. I like to keep the dead stick just a teeny bit off the bottom. So that thing's ready. I'm using hole covers right now. We're fishing at night. I'm using hole covers to block that light going through. I also have foam pads underneath my feet for flooring. So just a couple little items to block the light. But hopefully, let's see here. Hopefully that can make a difference. I'm going to play with the settings a little bit here. Make sure. Actually, I think what we're going to do, we're going to have to, oops, we're going to have to zoom this back in. Just so we got a little bit more screen coverage as we work these fish up. So right about there should be good. Alright, what's going on? Looks like we already got a bunch of people in the chat here. Just awesome. I really appreciate all the support. Yeah, a number of the people that were on last night as well. So anyway, for the people that are just showing up, which should be most of you here, for the people that were on last night, I should say, so we did change spots. We're definitely in a different location now today. Not a different section of the lake, but we scooted off to the side a little bit along the edge of the lake, and we're in about 8 feet of water. So it'll be interesting to see if being a little bit shallower makes a difference. Maybe we'll see less fish. Maybe we'll see more. We caught 6 last night, which I would say is below average for what you would hope for over that period of time, kind of after the sun goes down. But we did miss that sunset bite. I think we're right on the tail end of it right now, so we're kind of missing the sunset bite today, but it'll be interesting. Wisconsin Family Outdoors said, missed it last night. How did it go last night? Yeah, so last night we got a half dozen fish. Saw a number of other fish in addition to that. I ended up rolling a couple fish, which is unfortunate. It seemed like last night, for most of the night, the fish were just kind of nipping at it a little bit. So if they get a little bit less nippy and hit it a little bit harder, I mean, we could have caught probably 4 more fish, probably at least. Let's see what happens when I pump this gain up a little bit. I don't think we want to do that much. Maybe about like right there. That's pretty good. Alright, so we're in good shape. We got the spoon, got the dead stick, and we're going to kick back and jig. I'm going to try and interact with the chat as much as I can. Basically what I try and do with these is just essentially make it like you guys are just out in the lake hanging out in the fish house with me. That's sort of the goal. So if you guys got any comments, thoughts, questions, tips, any of the above, drop it in the comment section, and I will try and get to as much as I can. I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of viewers again tonight. I think at the very peak we were like a little bit above 600 last night, so I have a feeling we're going to have a lot of viewers again, so I'll try and get to everything that I can. But yeah, I definitely want to interact with you guys tonight. That's kind of the goal of this whole thing. How much snow did Red get on Tuesday, Wednesday? Me and the buddies left there on Tuesday morning before I came in. I will say right now there's not like much snow on the lake, so I don't know if they got snow. I don't know if the snow blew off, the snow that they got. So I haven't been following the weather up here, but I will say there's probably just like a couple inches of snow, just barely enough to run around with the snowmobile and run around and you know, bank up houses and stuff like that. So someone asked if we're in the same spot. Nope, we are in a different spot today, a severely different spot. We're a little bit shallower, but we kind of just moved the section a little bit. We didn't go out of a different landing or anything, but I did drive a little bit north of where we were fishing as well. So this is a very, very different spot. I should also say, while I was getting set up, I did see a fish swimming around underneath us. So I can already tell you for sure we will be seeing some fish, because obviously already seen some. So anyway, so this is what we're doing. We're jigging. Uper said, "Hey Nick, glad I found your channel. Big fan of your Uncle Al. Looking forward to hitting Mille Lacs, hopefully really soon, but negative 15 degrees is a little bit chilly for an old timer." It's a little bit chilly for a, kind of a younger middle-aged person like me as well, so I can't blame you in the slightest. Jay Bunce said, I'm sorry, I'm terrible at pronouncing names. Said, living vicariously through you, is it actually it's actually satisfying in an odd way. LOL, I wish I was fishing right now. Yeah, that's the hope, right? The hope is if you can't get out, I'm assuming most people can't get out on a random Thursday. If you can't get out, at least you can come hang out and maybe hopefully watch me catch a couple fish, and chat, and just hopefully it feels like we're in the fish house together chilling. So rocks, we're like right on the edge of some rocks for sure. So I think that we're actually probably sitting above a couple little rocks, but I wanted to get out a little bit off the rocks, but honestly didn't have a lot of time to look around. Once again, it was one of those scramble days. I was out, I slept in this house last night. Super awesome, except for the fact that I ran out of propane. I had a couple half tanks or whatever, but I was kind of crossing my fingers there was enough between the two of them to get us through one night, and there wasn't. So it was very cold last night, and I was luckily I've got a super good sleeping bag or whatever, so it wasn't the end of the world. It wasn't that big of a deal, but anyway, so that's that. The goal is to catch some fish. We have just a crap load of propane now, so nothing to worry about on that front. And yeah, it should be a good time. I'm gonna go try and get this fan back on. As soon as I leave, a fish comes in. So if you guys want to see the first mark, pay attention for the next 30 seconds. Let's see here. I like to run a fan when I'm doing these because it just kind of pushes that air around a little bit. I could even crank this heater up a little bit too. We got so much propane. So I am not gonna lie, when I set this thing up, I was all over the place. I was just in a super big hurry. Usually when I ice camp, I'll drill the holes, shovel the slush off, and then I'll wait like 10 minutes just for all the water to freeze. Like a night like tonight, I mean, that's gonna freeze real quick, 5-10 minutes. And I just didn't even take the time to do that. So I've got a little bit of water on the floor here, and obviously I was running in and out of the house with boots on, and just trying to get set up as quickly as possible. So I ran some errands today, I got some lunch, and I repositioned our setup right now too. So yeah, basically we're ready to go. We're in a new spot. We're actually starting an hour earlier, hour and a half earlier than yesterday. So yeah, and we've got to run to propane now, so I'm going to sleep super good tonight. Flip your transducer. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I could flip it. That wouldn't be a big deal. You have to get the scope on the correct side. Alright. Now to confuse you guys all again, we got this one. Alright. So now we got, how do I do this? The dead stick right there, and my jigging set up right here. So, good to go. Alright, so we got a good number of people. I'm actually seeing a few of the names that we had last night as well, so it's cool to see a few of you guys back for back-to-back nights. What I really want to know is if there's anybody who's going to stop in here in the first 15-20 minutes that's going to stay for the whole thing. That would be super hardcore. It probably won't happen. I can't imagine anyone would stay that long. But, okay, what otter flip over are you using? This is that new resort sleeper setup. So, it's got those fold down benches, which is super nice for sleeping in. Why did AMP stop making the big power station? I'm not sure. I actually have one right now powering everything that we got going on here. Yeah, I'm not super sure why they stopped. I'm assuming they just didn't sell enough. That's usually what it is. I mean, sometimes there can be sourcing issues or whatever, but I'm assuming that you guys didn't buy enough of them, so that's probably why they stopped doing them. They do have that smaller one though, so they must have sold some of those. Are you, TJ Robbins asked, are you camping out here on the ice this weekend when the high is -6? No, I will be long gone. I'll be hanging out with my family this weekend. Yeah, I will not be camping this weekend. So, but yeah, it looks like it's gonna be terribly brutal out here. Let's see, I'm going to play with the gain a little bit again here. See if I can just tighten things up a little bit. That looks decent. And we're going to get into some caffeinated beverages. Because I got to keep my energy high, especially after I cranked that heater back on. I got to keep my energy high for this. Do you ever use perspective mode? Yeah, I really like perspective mode. God, we could play with it here live, but I don't think we should mess with it. Well, you know what? I'll probably miss out on a fish that's swimming by because I'm playing around with it, but let's see if we can pull perspective mode up right now. Well, actually, let me know in the comments. Should I mess with it? Should I bust out perspective mode and look around a little bit? Or do you guys just want us to jig and just wait for a walleye to come? Either way, we're not moving, but if you guys want to look around, I can flip it to perspective. It's going to be a little bit of a detour, but we could do it if you guys want. Yes. Mr. Tate says yes. Russell says mess with it. Okay, it looks like everybody would like us to play with it. I'm gonna have to. I don't have like everything super dialed on my computer here, but I should pretty easily be able to to add it. Also looks like there's some guys driving past here on side by sides. Okay. Show it off like I like toys. Okay, everybody says yes, so well, I don't know that everyone said yes. Not everybody's in the comments, but no one said no. So I think we will experiment with it. I'm gonna have to move some cords around quick. Let's put this guy up here. Okay. First things first, I'm actually gonna mess with it on here. So we're gonna get rid of this scope screen, and we're gonna add, oh geez, we're gonna add this. Hold on. You're gonna have to bear with me here. Perspective mode. Boom. Device. There's our scope. So we got it right there. Let's just stick that right here for now. And then what we got to do is I need to take this. I need to, oh, we've already got super chats. Thank you, Tony. $5 super chat. Thank you for supporting the stream. Very, very much appreciate it. That helps make this kind of stuff possible. Alright, so I changed to perspective mode, but I still do have to change. I still have to flip the deucer. I do have a preset here. I like to use amber when I'm using perspective mode. But let's flip this puppy on its side. We might have to play with it a little bit to get it right. But, okay, let's see. The range, you can really rip the range out with perspective. That's what's cool. I don't know if this is the best angle. Tip it up a little bit. We're about 8 feet of water. That looks pretty good. Okay, so you can see some rocks here. Sometimes if you just let it sit still, you can see some fish movement. But like if we tighten this up here. Is that a fish right there, maybe? Or is that a rock? Just let it sit still for a second. That must be a rock. Oops, that looks like, does that look like it's a fish? Oh yeah. That's a fish swimming right there. You can see that it's moving. You know, so that's there's one. Let's see. Some of that. So one for sure fish within range here, and that one is about 30 feet away, as you can see. Spin it around here. Oh, is that a little school of them? Oh yeah, check that out. Or wait. Or is that rocks? Well, there's a fish right here. Definitely. Was that the same one we were looking at before? What about these guys? Are these guys fish? Doesn't look like it. So as you can see, there's a lot of rocks, especially in this direction here. And then as we spin around, well, there's kind of a lot of rocks in a lot of different directions here. But yeah, kind of cool. So that's basically a look at it. There's definitely at least a couple fish swimming around. Now when the transducer's sideways, you got to figure out how to get it out here. Come on. There we go. Straighten that puppy back up. Boom. We're back in. Okay, so let's get us back in the the correct version here. So that's that. That's a little look at what we got going on around us. It can be really cool in spots like this. Especially, oops, I lost track of what I was doing there. Especially when you are oops, we're not in forward mode, we're in down mode. It's hard to talk and do this at the same time, not gonna lie. Oops. There, we're back in. Holy crap. $20 super chat from the real Canuck. Gas money to get to Lake Winnipeg. I like that. I think I will... Oops. I need to fix this. Hold on. There we go. I really appreciate that. Appreciate the super chat. And I definitely will use it for gas money to get to Lake Winnipeg. Because I need to get back to Lake Winnipeg. I have a Lake Winnipeg addiction, for sure. Alright guys, so I was not looking at the chat while we were doing this. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like you guys thought it was pretty cool for the most part. Are you on a rocks to sand transition? Yeah, I think I'm definitely in an area that's kind of on the edge. As you guys could see, there was a bunch of rocks, you know, out off the edge away from us. So anyway, that was a random little aside. One thing I wanted to do real quick is I wanted to post on Instagram that I'm doing this so people can know to go check it out. But yeah, if you guys have any comments, any questions, drop them in the chat, and I will try and get to as many of them as I can. But let's take this and pop this on Instagram really quick. I'm actually even a little bit surprised we haven't marked one yet. I did have one swimming underneath the house not too long ago. Basically, like 5 minutes before we went live, we had one swimming around. So hopefully that's a sign of things to come. Oops, I think I messed up there. Alright. Boom. Alright. Let's see what we got going on here. Are you going to do a 1v1 on the ice? That's a good question, Tony. I think that would be super fun. We haven't talked about doing any of them before. What's fun about the boat is that, you know, you have so much mobility. You just catch a lot more fish in the summer. So it does kind of make some of those challenges a little bit more interesting with the 1v1s. But, I mean, I think we could definitely do it. It'd be fun to do it for like a high frequency species like crappie or something, possibly. When is the newest transducer coming for Garmin to supplant the LVS 34? So I don't have any inside information on that. I've not heard any rumors. You know, hopefully soon. I mean, the more new tech on the market, the better. Because obviously it makes some of this stuff that we're using right now just more affordable in general. What are you using on the business end? So right now I got a spoon on. Thumper spoon with just a little minnow head on it. It's kind of like a glow green color. So just kind of one of my go-tos in a lot of places, but definitely killer here on red. The waterfowlers said, I tried the color palette that you have on, but found I had to run my gain a lot higher and had much more clutter. Any reason in particular that you like that color scheme? I'm guessing you're talking about the blue color scheme that we have on right now at this moment. I think it contrasts really well. You can see the mark super well. They really pop out. You can see the jigs really well. Like even when I'm open water fishing, I can really easily pick my jig out. So I'm definitely a fan of the blue color scheme. So I guess, well, here's a look at what it looks like without the background removed. So you can see it just really pops off the screen super good. So I'm a fan of it. I've just found it works better than well, I mean, it's all personal preference, right? Like I have buddies like Brett. Mr. Brett McComas uses the amber, you know, religiously. So and like Tom Wynn uses, I think it's called moss. It's basically like black background with green colors. So yeah, it's a personal preference thing. But Tyler asked if I moved from last night. Yes, we're like probably 1.5 miles from where we fished last night. So dramatically different location. We'll see if it's better. We'll see if it could be worse. We'll see. We're in about 8 feet of water right now. I get the use of swivels to stop the lure from spinning, but do you think that it could potentially affect the bite? Not really. I wouldn't say that would be a concern, especially tonight, especially on Red Lake. I mean, Red Lake's not exactly crystal clear. The fish aren't usually very fussy. Usually you have enough chances at fish because there's so many fish in here that even if you do run into some fussy ones. But yeah, swivel is never really too much of a concern. Like I'll use them on, you know, super clear bodies of water as well. Have you ever seen Markham's live target? If so, what are your thoughts? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it in person, so I can't give a fair assessment. Can you show your dead stick hook setup? Yeah, I'll leave it down for now. If we catch something on it, or I have to change minnows or whatever, I'll pull it up. But I'm gonna leave it down for now. But I'll tell you exactly what it is. So it's basically, let's see, I got them right here. It's basically, what size is that? A number 8 treble hook. Excuse me. It's just a number 8 treble hook, and then one split shot pinched like 1 foot or 1.5 feet above it. So that's it, and that's the whole thing. I've got it on a tuned up dead stick rod, 1,000 size Carbon X reel, 6-pound fluorocarbon mainline with a swivel, 6-pound fluorocarbon leader. So that's pretty much the rundown. I'll pull it up and we can look at it later, but it's down now, and I feel like we could have a fish roll through it any second, so I'm just gonna leave it down for now. Let's see here. Tony said, I think it could be a cool new rules for the hard water. You guys could definitely pull it off. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be fun. It would be fun to do some sort of 1v1. You know, we did the Walleye Cup last winter on Lake Winnipeg. That was super fun. The 1v1's a little trickier just because usually we do a tighter time frame. But I think it would be super fun to do still. Benny said blue is the best for sure. I haven't noticed running it in higher gain. And he also asked, why do you run zoomed in with the high gain just for visibility? I mean, the only reason I have anything set up the way it is right now is just for the viewer experience. You know, try and make it look as good as I can for the live stream. So, yeah. We're in really shallow water too. We're in like 8 feet of water. And if I zoom it out, if I make the depth range a little deeper, I can see farther off to the side. But then it pushes the whole thing a little bit higher. And long story short, it'll mess up kind of some of the transparent background that we have right now. Mr. Jody White said, I bet the walleyes are going to bite tonight. Heck yeah, man. I hope so. I hope you're right. Any specific use of the new tungsten forage spoon? I'm tuning in a little bit late, so maybe I missed it. Yeah, so I really like that new bait for, well, anything. I think like if you have like anything you want to do that doesn't have rattles. You know, it's just like a super finessey little bait, but it is cool that there's the option of some of those smaller sizes. So like if you wanted to chase bluegills or crappies or something, you can get just that tiny little micro spoon. So I think it's kind of a neat bait. I don't have it tied on at the moment, but like on Mille Lacs or something, it's going to be a go-to for sure. Let's see here. What was your total during the day? Any crappie spotted? So believe it or not, I actually didn't fish at all during the day. I've been running errands. I woke up kind of late today because I slept terrible last night because my propane ran out, and I probably didn't fall asleep till like 5 maybe. So I slept a little bit later, and then I had a podcast, and I had to run into town and get propane, and then I figured, well, I was in town, I better get a burger, right? Might as well do that. And then ran back over here and took everything that I had and moved it like a mile and a half away, and got it all set back up. All this takes a super long time to set up, so yeah, I mean, that was pretty much my whole day. I did not get to run around and fish. You'd think that this wouldn't be super hard, but setting this live stream stuff up in the winter like this is like, it takes so much time. In addition to getting like the house set up and the camping set up and all the fishing stuff. So I actually didn't even run around today, believe it or not. Do you miss that? Colton asked, did you miss the north yet? You would have had 4-day eats by now. Yeah, it's just stupid. If you guys watched that video that I put up super recently, that was from up in Canada, the bite was just stupid. You couldn't even do a live stream with it. It's just so dumb. Everyone would be like, wow, well, this is insane. And then you just keep on catching fish, and I wouldn't be able to talk to you guys because there's too many walleyes. So there are some dumb places to fish in Canada up there, that's for sure. Do you use the same forward-facing unit on your boat for the ice season? Yes, exact same setup. Hello from southern Minnesota. I love red. I'm headed there Wednesday. My son Easton and I are watching. Want to say hi. Well, how's it going? Thank you for watching. Hope you guys cream them up there. And Easton, I hope you have a good time up there with your dad. Bro, where's bro? Yeah, actually, I just did a podcast with Brian Brosdahl this morning, so that's one of the things I was doing while I was running around. And my heater kicked off. What the heck? Starting to feel cold. What the heck is that all about? Now I'm going to get way behind in the comments. I felt like I was starting to catch up. Come on. There we go. Back in. That's weird. That thing usually doesn't kick off. Sometimes it's hard to start. But once it's going, it's usually fine. Ugh. Alright. I'm going to do the best I can, guys, because I definitely am a little out of it after not sleeping super good. But we are still going to go live. We're going to try and have us a heck of a time out here. Hopefully stick a crap load of walleyes. Got Instagram ads just playing in the background while we're doing this. We got Mr. Joe Holland with the $25 super chat. Buy some more heat. Hey, that's about almost exactly how much I spent on propane earlier, so that's perfect. I really appreciate that, man. Very much appreciate it. And hopefully we can get in touch soon and get on the water. Joe has an awesome YouTube channel. If you guys haven't seen it, Joe Holland Fishing. He does a lot of fishing. He does a lot of hunting. He does a lot of just being Joe. Joe is like one of the most awesome, like cool, just down-to-earth dudes. So you gotta check out Joe's channel if you haven't already. I also am realizing that I forgot to put up the giveaway. We're doing a giveaway here. I'll put it in the comments. I'll put it in the comment section. I'll actually pin it to the top of the stream here. Let's see here. Let me pull it up. Boom. I'll get the live chat up. There we go. Okay. Here is the giveaway. Posted. If you guys want to check out the giveaway, basically I just reached out to a bunch of different companies that I work with and asked them if they could throw some gear in the pot. I don't think I've ever done a giveaway before, so might as well do something fun. So that's what we did. That's what we did. And there's some suits in there, an otter house, all the different things. So what time are you planning to end the stream? That's TBD. We'll see. We will see. And the heater kicked off again. So if we don't have any heat tonight, I might stop it earlier than I want. Come on, you stinking heater. I wonder why it keeps kicking off. We're gonna put it on high again. And hopefully we're good to go. But if it kicks off again, I might put it down to like medium or something. But high is kind of what I was hoping to run, just so I can melt some of this snow and water that I have up on the floor here. So far so good. Now I'm paranoid after losing it multiple times. Joe said, Nick, let's plan on getting some slab crappies this winter. You know where. Alright, alright. I think I can get down with that for sure. Crack event. Yeah, I do have my... Oh, it kicked off again. Dang heater, man. That's actually, like I said earlier, it's so weird. Like, I've never really had them kick off. Like, usually I have a hard time starting them, but they will just keep on running until the propane's gone. I wonder if there's an issue with like the hose connection or something. Boom. Let's try it on medium for now. See if that'll stay on. If not, I'm gonna have to jimmy with the hose a little bit. Cause I'm not gonna fish unless we get that figured out, because it's gonna get really cold in here if we got no heater. Disconnect the hose and reconnect. There might be air bubbles. Yeah, if we keep on having issues, I am definitely gonna take 5 minutes and get that hose figured out. Definitely take it all the way off and do that whole thing. So, but stay patient with me. I just want to be warm. So anyway, I'm a little surprised we haven't had anything come in yet. I made a big move for y'all. We probably could have stayed still. We probably could have stayed put and got some fish, but I kind of figured a move would make a difference. But it might make a difference. It might make a difference in the wrong way, possibly. But we'll see. Blaine said, hey Nick, how's it going? It's going well. It's going to go really well if the heater stays on. That's where I'm at right now. I'd like to see a couple fish roll through here too, but otherwise I'm doing super good. Feeling good even after not getting the best sleep last night. How's the crowd on the ice? Yeah, there are a lot of people. I would say the traffic has really even picked up a lot. So yeah, so it is getting a little crazy out here. I think even with this really cold weather, there's still going to be a bunch of people. So Red Lake is super busy. Ice is super good. Guys are driving trucks around. What depth are we sitting in? We're sitting in 8 feet of water right now. So Yeah, tumbleweeds. So this is a little bit shallower. This is about 2.5 feet shallower than we were fishing yesterday. So we'll see if it ends up being a player. I mean, if not, we're set up here and we're hanging out, and it is what it is. I mean, we're guaranteed to see some fish. Like I said before, I already marked some fish before I started the live stream. So before I even have it had lines down, and you know, usually it's like, usually having the bait down is kind of like what brings the fish kind of towards you. Usually, in a lot of cases, obviously the fish will just swim around or whatever. But yeah. Wait, half-ton trucks are out already. Yes. There are a lot of half-ton trucks out already. So, yeah, we are fully doing the thing right now. Full-blown Red Lake. Obviously, you know, you gotta be careful. Always listen to your resorts, but there's a bunch of ice. I didn't measure the ice here, but it feels like, when I was drilling the hole, it feels like there was more than even yesterday, honestly. So, Brady said, "Hey Nick, fished red today, and the fish were really spooky on jigging. All the fish came on dead sticks, with the biggest being 24 inches. Shoot, that's a big one out here." And he said, "Good luck, nice job on the live stream." Thanks, Brady. I really appreciate it. Good to hear that you got some, but I don't like that the jigging rods weren't as good. Maybe, hopefully that jigging bite will fire up a little bit tonight. Maybe that's the hope. I do know, like last night, there were some bite windows where they were just coming in hot and hitting stuff, but there were only 1 or 2 bite windows like that. Otherwise, they were really pretty just spooky and finicky in general last night. So, hopefully they got a better mood tonight. Hopefully tonight is when they flip the switch. So, did you just go shallow or go to a completely different area? So this is definitely a little bit of a different area. So I drove about a mile north of where I was, but also went a little bit, but also was a little bit shallower as well. I know there's a bunch of different variables and every lake is different, but how much ice are you looking for to bring an ATV or snowmobile? For me, like usually high single digits, but like you said, tons of variables. You got to be super, super careful, but high single digits is what I'm starting to feel comfortable on. So obviously mid single digits is potentially viable, but there's just too many things you don't know when there's that much ice. The heat is actually running now on medium, so I don't know why it would kick off when I had it on high. There must be something going on with the hose, that it's not getting enough propane through to keep both the burners going. I don't know what the deal is, but is there any snow on the ice? So it's not so loud. Yeah, there's a couple inches of snow for sure, so that helps a little bit. It'd be cool if you were able to add a fish counter in the corner of the screen if some people join the stream and leave. Yeah, I mean, we definitely could do that. I think that is possible, but then I'll probably forget to update it, and then we'll have an argument about what it really is. No, I don't know. It'd be a 0 so far because we just started, but I don't know if we're gonna do that, because part of me thinks like, yeah, that would be helpful and interesting. And like good for people to know or whatever, but also part of me is like, I don't necessarily want to make this about the number of fish. I mean, I've done some of these and we've caught 15 walleyes in an evening or whatever, right? And that was cool, and it's like, it'd be cool to have that number up there. And then there's nights where it's slower and you don't get nearly as many fish. But more than anything, I just hope this is like just an enjoyable thing to hang out, and you guys can ask questions. And the reality is that sometimes you catch, sometimes you don't. I just pop this thing up, you know, like some dude 300 yards from me might catch twice as many fish or half as many, who knows, so we'll see. Are we harvesting tonight? Not tonight, no. Well, should I? Maybe I should harvest. I don't know if we'll harvest. We'll see. I'll think about it. I'm leaning towards no, but I know some people who would like me to harvest tonight, but we'll see. Catch and cook. Yeah, that would be super fun. I don't know if I'm ready to cook on stream yet. I think we'll do that at some point, but for now we're just gonna keep it simple. It's one of those things I've been thinking about this live stream a lot, and I think it's super enjoyable, super cool to do. It's super neat that, you know, we can go out and do this. You can have the scope screen on here. We can hang out. I think there's a lot of positives. But I know that I can do more. Like, I know there's more, I know there's more interesting things that we can do with this, so I want to continue to play with it, but also part of me is like, this is a very simple setup right now, and geez, like, are we going to make this, this is a very simple setup right now, and it's still a lot of work to set up and a lot to do, so part of me thinks, like, man, there could be some really cool options for just like running and gunning live stream setups. That's always a little trickier with, you know, cell phone service, and also just like keeping your stuff in decent shape, you know, like how do you protect your laptop and all that while you're doing it. So there's a lot of logistical issues, but also just complexity issues where it's like we could make this cooler and more interesting, but, you know, do we really want to add more cameras and more complexity, you know, to make this harder? So I don't know, we'll see. That's just something I've been thinking about today, what we can do with this, and, you know, ultimately I want to do what you guys want to see more of too, so always let me know what you guys are thinking. I prefer a 7-hour live stream over a 30-minute edited video. Yeah, I mean, what do you guys think? Anybody else who's watching with an opinion, like, do you guys prefer stuff like this, like live streams, or do you prefer some of the edited videos? Obviously, I've done both. You know, I've done more edited videos than live streams, but the live streams are fun. Live streams are difficult to manage. Just harder logistically, but they are a heck of a lot of fun. So let me know what you guys think is cooler. Like, do you guys prefer the edited videos or the live videos? I also think I might, speaking of adding extra stuff, would it be interesting or cool? I do have another light. That would be like, it could maybe be like, geez, that's bright. Let's just, would this be better if I did this? What if I put it over here? This is like a little backlight. That's kind of cool. I think that adds to it a little bit. Right? Do you guys agree? Disagree? Is that better? Okay, let's see what you guys think about the lives. Live stream. Fishing while watching someone fish live is peak. Stream. North Storm, Minnesota asked, any relation to Al Lindner? Good luck out there. Yeah, Al is my great uncle. So, live stream all the way. I think it's cool, but would be way cooler if you were catching something. Easy. That's next. We're going to do that soon. Hopefully. No promises. Live stream. What's a new piece of equipment? Anything related to ice fishing you're excited to use this year? I would say one thing I'm really excited to play around with is jaw jackers, because they have not been legal in Minnesota up until this point, but now they are legal. So we have another toy to play with and tactically experiment with something that could maybe help us catch more fish potentially. So jaw jackers, or automatic hook setting devices, I should say. There's a bunch of different ones out there. Automatic Fisherman is one of them. Clam makes one as well. Actually, that Caleb Wistat co-designed. So there's a bunch of interesting hook setting devices out there that I would like to play with and experiment with. Looks like a lot of you guys are saying you actually prefer these live streams. But some of them are saying, a lot of you are saying both. You like both, you know. Lives are great. Okay, so it seems like a lot of you are saying you prefer the lives, but also you are here watching a live. So there's a little bit of a selection bias for sure. But like if I put in one of my edited videos, like, what do you guys prefer? Edited videos or live streams? A lot of people would probably say, oh, live stream is cool, but like these edited videos are awesome. So, you know, there's always a little bit of selection bias when you ask questions in the chat like that, but I'm trying to think if I should move that light. I feel like it's pretty good there. I think you should have drove 45 minutes north. Yeah, I mean, that's an option, but I decided to keep it somewhat close. I've got all this gear. I got so much gear. It was hard to pack up and do anything too dramatic. YouTube has your live last night at 13,000 views. Yeah, the interesting thing about these live streams is actually a lot of people watch them after the fact. Some of them will actually get more views after they're live than while we're doing it. So kind of a interesting little wrinkle, you know. A lot of people recommend, like a lot of like the YouTube gurus and streaming gurus, they recommend not, you know, live streaming more than a couple hours or whatever, but I still kind of like the old school, like just sit back and stream for a super long time. I think it's just kind of a fun, it's just like a fun dynamic, you know. And it allows a lot of people to be able to come and find you, you know, because you're live for such a long period of time, so. I have considered doing this on other places as well. Like Twitch would be the obvious one. You know, obviously that's like kind of the home for live streaming, but like you don't have the ability. There's a lot of functionality that you don't have on Twitch that is nice on YouTube. Like the ability, like, oh, you see a fish, you guys can just like rewind 20 seconds and rewatch that fish interaction, and that's not something you can do on Twitch. But on YouTube, you definitely can do that. So there's a lot of fun and interesting things you can do on here. So maybe one day I'll have, you know, I'll have this streaming on different websites and stuff too. But yeah, we'll see. TBD. Some of you are saying you're on the replay squad. I appreciate that. You know, I've had some people tell me that they almost never catch these live streams live, but they will pull them up like the next day after the fact, and they'll just sit down and watch it for 7 hours, which is crazy. Like, I really appreciate that, but that is like serious commitment. I think that's super awesome. Looks like we got some of my favorite Northeasterners interacting in the chat. Vermont, Maine. Charles said, Nick, you should add the catch times in a pinned comment for the replay crew. Yeah, that would be cool for sure. I think logistically I would have a very difficult time doing that. I guess I could do it, but I'm definitely going to forget sometime. I mean, if any of you guys want to you know, write in the comments or something, like when different catch times are. That would be helpful. I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep track of that, but I did have a couple people ask, someone asked on social media, like, if I had a timestamp for when I caught that nasty warty walleye last night. That thing was so incredibly gross. And I was like, shoot, I don't even know, like, roughly what time it was when I caught that thing. I said, I think it was in the second half. But, yeah, so, anyway, yeah, I could do a little bit more, just some of those things, but, you know, with this long of a stream and, yeah, so many comments to respond to, I have a hard time keeping up with some of that. Shadow Bassin in the chat said, I'm 7 minutes behind the live stream. I'm 7 minutes behind. Live streams are really fun. You could make a condensed edit out of that as well. Funny enough, I actually did do that one time when I went live streaming with Brett McComas. We were out on Mille Lacs and we were catching them on rattle baits, which was really cool. I cut it up and made a little video out of it with some of like the key moments, which was kind of cool, you know, but I don't know that it like got like a lot of viewership or positive reviews from it. So I don't know. I mean, maybe that's something I'll do again, but sort of a good idea though. I like it. Yeah, it looks like Alan said one of my favorite Nick live streams was with Joe Holland a few years ago. Yeah, that was super awesome. That wasn't very long after I had met Joe. And honestly, Joe, part of me wants to say like, oh, me and Joe had instant chemistry. Like, we just instantly got along and but I kind of feel like Joe is just so awesome of a dude that as long as you're not super weird, like, you and Joe are just going to get along. Like, Joe is just the nicest guy. So part of me wants to say instant chemistry, but the other part wants to say, well, that Joe is just awesome, so anybody would get along with Joe. What up, Slayer? What up? I hope we start slaying some walleyes. We're just chilling out here on Red Lake, hoping to make it happen. Hopefully soon. Alright, so how long have we been live for? Then we haven't marked one yet. Let's see. Almost an hour? What the crap? Well, you guys better hope it's a night bite tonight, because it's slow right now. Joe said, instant chemistry, buddy. You're the best. Don't worry about timestamp fish catches. I appreciate it. I do think that would be nice for people who don't catch it live, but I don't know what to say. I just don't know if it's going to happen for sure. Time to move spots. Yeah, I wish. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Come on. I gotta be quiet when there's a fish down there. Ooh. Mark number one. Mark number one. Turn down. But mark number one. So, the cool thing about YouTube is if you guys looked away for 3 seconds, you missed it. Oh, here we go. Nice. Okay, there's some fish rolling through. I don't know if that was the same fish 2 times or if it was 2 different fish, but things are happening. Stay tuned. Keep your eyes peeled. Things are happening. Also, I gotta say too, because it's gonna be tricky, I think, for you guys if you haven't used a lot of forward facing, if you haven't fished in a variety of different places. Like, that fish obviously looked giant on the forward facing, but we are in down mode in 8 feet of water. So pretty much everything is going to look super huge. So once we stick a couple, you guys will get an idea for just reference, you know, for what we're looking at. But that, you know, that was probably just an average Red Lake walleye. So anyway, but I will say what I was trying to say earlier was one of the cool things about YouTube is you guys can rewind. You can rewatch that. Some of you are just going to want to stay live and real with us here. Steve said it's 31 incher. Maybe. You never know. Unlikely, but it's possible. Excuse me. But yeah, I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm as disappointed as you guys are that that one didn't bite. See, I'm a little bit chilly. That's the one thing. I'm pretty happy with these heat hogs in general, but I do feel like they're not as hot as the big buddies. I'm going to kick this up to high again and just hope that it doesn't kick off again. We'll see. I mean, it's definitely enough heat to keep us warm on medium, but it doesn't look like it's really settling in. That second burner is still blue. What is your PB walleye? The biggest one I've ever caught was like 11.5 pounds. That was up on Lake Winnipeg. Like, I've caught Minnesota 30s before. I'm trying to remember what the biggest one was. Like, probably like 30.5 or 30.25. I can't remember. Because we were fishing in Derby, and they had like these weird like round. Oh, the heater kicked off. They have these weird like round up rules. So we never even necessarily like got like a legit just mouth closed tail pinch measurement. You got like mouth open and all this weird stuff. So you don't really get like a good gauge on like the exact size of the fish, but a little bit over 30 inches I'd say is my biggest in Minnesota. But that 11.5 pounder on Lake Winnipeg was probably 3 pounds heavier than, you know, some of the bigger walleyes I've caught in Minnesota, because they're just built different up there. But that one, that 11.5 pounder was only 30 inches right on the button. So obviously 30 I'm not saying only 30 inches, like that's an amazing fish, but for a fish that heavy, you'd almost think it was 31 or something. Like if it was in Minnesota, it'd have to almost be 32 to be, you know, 11.5 inches. So anyway. Oh, it kicked off again. I had to get greedy. And try and turn the heater up. Come on. You dang heater. Oh. So, just checking in, is that the new resort shack? Yeah, this is the new resort sleeper. Pretty sweet for sleeping. It just kicked off. Okay, guys, give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna fix this stupid hose. In the chat, go down in the chat. Blaine said propane tank empty or frozen. It is neither of those. It is in the house and it is completely full. So I'm gonna play with this hose for a second. So go down in the chat, talk amongst yourself. It's probably only gonna take me like 3 minutes, but talk amongst yourself. Maybe tell me where you're from, where you're watching from. That's one of my favorite questions to do, because I love seeing where you guys are from. Shouldn't have got greedy with this heater. Rookie mistake. So one thing I like to do, I don't know what tricks you guys got, but I like to just turn the heater back on and then take the hose off. Take the hose off while it's running. So you just let all that propane run all the way out there. Alright, so that should be, we'll see. Now we'll start it back up and see if it just runs a little bit cleaner. Is that better? Come on. Stay with me here. Stay with me here. I believe in you. Come on. It's looking sketchy, but I'm believing. Crap! Crap. 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 That is so annoying. Don't kick off. Don't do this to me. Don't even think about doing this to me. This is gonna be a really fun live stream if I'm getting up every 3 minutes and resetting the heater. Very fun. Oh, frick. What should I do? What should I do? Why is it kicking off is the question. Come on. Okay. You guys have never had heater problems before, have you? Never ever? It's never happened? Are heaters just the worst, or what? Alright. Oh gosh, it kicked off. I probably shouldn't have done that. Do heaters work the same way the dash works on the truck? If you just bang it enough, it eventually works? Alright. Come on. Crap. It just died again. Change tanks? Yeah, I could. Maybe I'll switch. Maybe I'll switch to the other tank. Maybe that'll help. Let me come give you a buddy. You know what? I do have another. Do I have another heater? Wait. I'm gonna go check to see if I got another heater. Just give me a minute. Tell me about all the fish I missed that swam by while I was gone. Keep an eye on the lines for me. I think I've got another heater. I think. Holy cow, it's cold out. I thought I had my buddy in the trailer, but I just have another one of these heat hugs. Might just be fine, but I'm gonna try the other tank first. Brr. I can't even really warm up because it gets so cold so fast in here. I'll just throw this right here for now. Did I mark anything while I was gone? Alright, let's try this other tank first. That's the easier fix. Ideally, that's all we have to change. So we'll see. Take the hose off of this one. There we go. Pop it onto this tank right here. We got a bunch of tanks in here, a bunch of heaters in here. We're gonna make this work, guys. Just bear with me for a second. Alright, so we got this on all the way. Cross our fingers, this makes a difference. We'll see. Let's get it started back up. I feel like a lot of times when you have issues like this, more often than not, it's the hose, but we'll see. I already like the way this one kicked on better. We will see. Please don't kick off. Please. 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 So far, so good. I'm feeling better about this one, guys. I don't know why changing the propane tank would matter, but also getting a bunch of heater tips in the chat here, which I appreciate. Did you fill both tanks? Yeah, both the tanks are filled up. So far, so good. It is working, so it's gonna warm back up here. I didn't miss any fish. Okay, that's good to know. Is your hut vented? Yes, I do. I've got vents on either side. So we are fully vented, so there should be plenty of oxygen. It's not, I mean, it shouldn't be shutting down from CO2, or CO, I should say, not CO2. So I knew you could do it. Yeah. I'm glad you had faith. I don't know that everybody had faith in me. So, we're back at it though. I'm gonna kick back, do some jigging. I gotta get this stinking thing out of the way now. Just throw it back there behind me. There's just like so much freaking room in this house. It's just silly. The amount of crap I've thrown back in the tub there. Okay. Heater troubles are the worst. Yeah, I can agree with that. What resort are you out of? I went out of Up North Fish House Rentals. Their launch right there. So it's kind of by like the Sunny Beach Road area. Get a diesel heater. Yeah, I'd love to get a diesel heater at some point. Jason said, I had a vent issue when camping and ended up cracking the bottom of the door and everything went fine. Yeah, I don't think we have a vent issue at the moment. I think, well, it's running now. The stupid heater is functioning now, so that helps. I don't know what, maybe it, I don't know. Something with that propane tank, like maybe the way I had it screwed onto the propane tank possibly. Okay, Nick, dial in, let's go. Alright, we are dialed in. We're ready to go now. I'm even gonna get greedy. I'm gonna turn the heater up to high to really roast us in here. I'm feeling good about it. I feel like it's just gonna work now. I feel like we're in good shape again. Please don't kick off. This is wood. Knock on wood. That's going to be a game changer if we can get both those burners going. Typical propane tank woes, yes. Very typical, unfortunately. Propane is a grind. And it looks like those diesel heaters they're kind of like a lot, it seems like, as far as just like the amount of things associated to them. You got the battery, you got the diesel fuel, you know, so you got to bring diesel fuel with you, which is maybe a little bit annoying, not a huge deal, but and then like it's got this clicking noise that I've heard, which probably wouldn't be ideal with filming, but and you know, you got to vent it out of the house and all that. So there's the duct work. So I don't know. I mean, I would definitely consider a diesel heater, especially for camping situations. But obviously the heat is a lot better. You know, you don't have as much risk of like CO or anything like that, carbon monoxide. So obvious, and it's dry heat. It's not, you know, moist heat or whatever. But anyway, that said, I will probably play with the diesel heater at some point. But for now, we got propane. And the nice thing is that I can usually just click that thing on and we're good to go. And I don't have to worry about much else. So anyway. Blaine said it's not clicking anymore, only until it warms up, then the clicking is done. Well, there you go. So maybe the clicking isn't a big negative. I mean, like I said, I don't have one. I haven't like really used one, so yeah. So you know, I don't know. I don't know how it goes. That's just some of the stuff I've looked at, and you know, some of the things that concerned me a little bit when I was looking at it. Carbon monoxide detector needed, yes. I think no matter what, always, when you're sleeping in a tent, you should have one if you have any source of heat at all. So, Carter said he's fishing on lower red right now. Well, right on. That's awesome. I will never get to fish there, but that is okay. NC said I should pound the bottom. You can do a little bit of that. Can't hurt nothing. I think this is a harder bottom area just generally. So I don't know that we're going to be kicking up much mud per se. Hole hop. I wish I could hole hop Dub City Outdoors. But hole hopping with this is kind of tricky. It looks nice and simple, right? I got the camera here. I got the live scope on the bottom of the screen there. But if I turn this camera around and showed you what I got going on, it looks like a Best Buy store inside this fish house right now. What depth right now? We're in 8 feet of water, so about 2 feet or 2.5 feet shallower than we were yesterday. How many have we got today? 0 so far. Hopefully we get some. We had 2 fish. There was a little flurry of 2 fish coming in and looking. Neither of them bit. Neither of them committed. So we'll see. Buddy Brady from over in Bemidji left a comment earlier saying he was out today and the fish were finicky, and they would only bite the dead sticks. So we'll see. We'll see how the mood changes. We'll see, if we get some fish swimming through here. It's walleyes, so even if we're on Red Lake, like, nothing is a guarantee, but I do feel pretty confident that we will catch some fish. So oh, I gotta plug in my laptop too. I just looked and that thing's getting down there. Alright. Got the power turned on. Now let's plug her in. There we go. Alright, now we're not gonna die halfway through this thing, or an hour and a half into this thing. Have you ice fished the Mississippi backwaters before for walleye? No, I've never done that. When it comes to ice fishing, God, I almost never drive south. I live in central Minnesota, like Brainerd area, a little east of Brainerd, and I've almost never drive south to fish, but especially to ice fish. But I should do it a little bit more and explore some of that. I've heard those Mississippi backwaters are insane. How thick is the ice? That is a good question. I have not checked. When I checked last night, it was like a foot. So quite a bit of ice. We definitely could check. We could play with that for sure. Well, there's nothing so... Well, jeez, where is my... I think you guys want to look at my butt while I dig around in the back here. I think it's like in the back here, I think. It might be too hard to find my measuring device. I'm not harvesting tonight, so I don't have it handy. It's definitely somewhere behind me in the sled. But it's like at least a foot. For sure, where I'm at. Because I drilled a hole and it's a lot. It feels like there's more ice here than there was last night. So, it might be 13 where we're at right now, potentially. Shadow bassin. Yep, we're all here for the butt. Easy, guys. Easy. Easy. The real question, are you here? Are you here for the saltines? That's the real question. Your boys gotta eat dinner tonight. I should show off what I actually have for dinner here. This is like a little pre-dinner snack. Just something to balance out the caffeine that I'm drinking right now. I shouldn't drink caffeine as late tonight. That was a little bit of a disaster. The sleeve, yes, yes sir. I've got I've got a sleeve of saltines at the ready today. Yesterday I only had a half sleeve. Today I have a whole sleeve, so we are going to be ready to go. So it's really hard to talk when you eat saltines, though. That's the only downside. So Cooper asked, what bait are you using on your jigging rod? So I guess I could probably, we're not marking one at the moment, so I can probably show you really quick. That's it right there. Thumper spoon. It's got a little blade on it, a little flutter spoon with a blade. Yeah, this thing moves a lot of water when you pull it up and down, so even at night like this, I still like it quite a bit. But we'll experiment with different stuff at different points. You know, we'll put on a buckshot. We may even throw in a rattle bait at some point. The rattle bait did not get a lot of action last night when we were running that. But that doesn't mean it won't be good tonight. Did you make it out hunting at all this year? No. I didn't do any hunting. I wanted to get out and do some hunting. But I keep on getting distracted with late season fishing stuff, fall fishing. This year I had some editing, like video editing that I needed to get done. Why is that minnow not going down? Some video editing that I needed to do before the ice season. And then just like all the different ice fishing things. Like just getting the snowmobile ready for the season, getting shacks built, doing little modifications here and there. Like this year I modded out my sonar sled, which is like this new walkout sled that Otter came out with. So a lot of different things to play with, and I don't always get out hunting. So actually it's pretty rare that I get out hunting, as much as I'd like to do more of it. JTN said, my wife just got home from work and asked, is he still live from yesterday? And I said, yup. That's hilarious. Wouldn't that be crazy if I was still alive? Just pulled an all-nighter for you. Do you like the battery-operated LED glow stick for your spoon? I'm guessing you're asking one of those like little flasher spoon things. Oh, those are kind of cool. I played with them a little bit, but I don't have like a lot of experience with them. Headed to Hecla Island area on Lake Winnipeg in a few weeks. Any goals to fish Lake Winnipeg farther north? Oh, that's a good question. Obviously, been to the South Basin a few times, and super insane there. You know, Hecla's obviously different. I think I've heard you fish a little bit deeper water up in Hecla, but the numbers of fish are just insane. So maybe one day. I don't have any plans at the moment to get up there, but I'd like to at some point. 24-hour live stream challenge. That would be awesome. Actually, that is one of the downsides of YouTube specifically, is they have like a slightly different setup where super long live streams, they like don't support it. I think it's after 12 hours. You can keep on live streaming, but it doesn't save the VOD, so it doesn't save the recording. So it kind of like if half the people watch it after the fact versus live, it's kind of a bummer if it deletes the VOD. So anything beyond 12 hours is kind of tricky to do on YouTube for some reason. I hope they change that one day. More saltines. I'm looking for a new headlight specifically for late night ice fishing. Any recommendations? And headlights, or what do you use? I've kind of struggled with headlights or headlamps a little bit. I'm assuming you're talking headlamps. My problem with it is I found some good ones, but they don't last super long. You know, they don't last more than like a season or whatever. But I guess, and then I bought like one really expensive one, and then that one's like not working. So I don't know. I don't have like a great recommendation on headlamps at the moment, but if you do go on Amazon, there are some that are they're cheap enough that even if they only last you a season or two, or maybe if you're real careful with them and you don't bang them around, they'll last longer than that. But there's some good ones on Amazon if you just type in headlamp, like the one with like the little cone coming off the top. I mean, a lot of them are really similar. I'm sure they're all just made in the same factory. They all look like they're pretty similar. So anyway, I would just go on Amazon and look for something, unless someone in the comment section has like a really good recommendation on headlamps. It looks like you guys are already giving recommendations. I didn't even have to prompt it. Someone's out there snowmobiling behind me. Phoenix headlamps. Petzl. Petzl makes the best. I don't know that I've heard of those. I like O-lights that clip on your hat, like a Baton 4 or I5 EOS. Black Diamond Storm 500R. That one sounds expensive, but it sounds nice. Phoenix headlamps are good. Let's see here. Any other recommendations that you guys dropped here? Canadian Tire usually has good headlamps. Someone, a few of the other people are seconding some of them, like the Phoenix one is good apparently, and the Petzl one is good. I've seen a few people say those are good. I should look those up. Those sound, I need a new headlamp. I'm over mine. It just stops working, and well, it doesn't charge, which is annoying. So it's like, do I need to get a new battery? Is the charging part of it broken? I don't know. So, anyway. What kind of jigging rod? So, I actually got the same one I had last night. This is a Commander, tuned up Commander. It's a little bit overdone as far as, you know, these fish. I probably should have like I've got a number of tuned up rods. I probably should have like the power or the precision on. But this is what I got tied on. If I catch a big pike, I'm gonna have enough power to fight it for sure. But yeah, that's what I'm rocking at the moment. Magnetic Moose says, I appreciate your long form open water videos. Helped me really understand how to process water and structure efficiently, since fishing from a boat is new to me. Well, I'm glad I could help. That's the goal with that content, so glad I can help for sure. Thanks for watching, I appreciate it. Same spot as last night. No, this is a different spot. We're up a little bit shallower today. So this is 8 feet of water. We drove about a mile north from where we're at. And given this little section a try. See if it's any better. I mean, it hasn't been so far, but maybe you should have just stuck it in the same spot. But that's kind of the nature of the beast. You run around and you don't really know how the night bite is going to be on some of these different spots until you just go and do it. So, and it might be an off night. You never know. But also, we might have a crazy flurry at 7:30 or whatever. I mean, we weren't even fishing. So it's like 6:40 right now. I don't even know if we were fishing until 6:30 or 6:20 yesterday. So anyway, we got a lot earlier of a start today. Got to stick it out till midnight like we did last night. Yeah, I think we probably will. I got nothing else to do. I ended up sleeping in pretty late because I slept so bad last night with no heat. So when I finally did get to sleep and actually slept, it ended up being kind of late in the morning. So anyway, so I should, in theory, have enough energy to do another late live stream. Probably fish till midnight, I bet. Maybe, probably. That's 5.5 hours from now, so I'm not going to make any promises, but but that should give us enough time to catch some fish. I mean, if you guys were out camping on the ice tonight, you guys would definitely be staying up till midnight, jigging probably at least, I would think. Oh no, the heater kicked off. No. I don't like that. That is a negative development. Come on. What are you doing? I feel like it just kicked off and now it's not kicking back on again. This is a problem, guys. This is not good. We can't be dealing with heater issues tonight. Now it's not going back on. Come on, little buddy. I mean, it's not a buddy. You stinking heater. Probably got a fish down there. Nope, no, at least there's not a fish looking at my bait right now. That would be worse. Dang, it's not staying on. The pilot light's not staying on now. Ooh. There we go, I got it going. That'll work for now, hopefully. Knock on wood. No. This thing is not very hot, but I think we're gonna try it. I mean, we have to try it because I'm sick of this heater not working. Take that to the back. This one gets the new. This one is gonna get a try. I have not even used this one before, so hopefully it even starts at all. So we shall see. Open that up. So we got a new hose. This one might take a little bit longer to get going, but gotta try it. You guys are gonna hear a lot of clicks. I'll at least watch the live scope while we're doing this. What if this one doesn't even start at all? That would be annoying. Pump some propane in there. Come on. Well, that one's not even starting, so that one's even more worthless. How long do you stay on this to get it going? Or do you just try and get the other one working again? This one's just straight up not working, so we're not going to even deal with that. That's ridiculous. Where do I put this? Back behind me? Right there. Excuse me, gosh. Popcorn, yeah. Shake the propane. That's an easy one. I could try shaking the propane. It's a small ask. Could help. All right. We'll see. This one I at least know we can get going. There we go. And kicked on instantly. Light. Crap, it just died. This makes me just want to go home. This is so incredibly frustrating. Oh, this one isn't even... Okay, I gotta open the heat back on. Okay. Alright, we're going again. Could you imagine if we just couldn't get the heater going and I'm just like, alright guys, I'm just gonna go home. This is ridiculous. I mean, if this keeps happening, at some point I have to consider my options. Because you know I do not want to sleep in a freezing cold tent again tonight. Let's see. Oh, it just kicked off. Okay. What is the weather up here? Washkish, Minnesota. It is gonna get... Oh, it's pretty warm tonight. Wait, no, Thursday. Today's Thursday. Okay. Oh, it doesn't actually drop off until tomorrow morning. So tonight actually isn't that bad. It's more like, it's like teens or something. I wish, yeah, if you want to bring me a heater, we can try it. I don't know what the deal with this is. If you think you know where I am and you have a heater, I'm down for whatever. I wish I would have brought my big buddy, or my buddy heater with me. Pilot just kicked off again. Alright, stay on. Oop. I knew at some point I would have... Alright. Colton said it's negative 28 up north in Canada right now. Yeah, that sounds unpleasant. Chuck Sees said it's negative 31 where he's at. You guys should be out fishing because the fishing is way better up in Canada where you guys live. Although it being that cold is less than ideal. But it should be Americans watching Canadians fish because of how insane the fishing can be up there. Yeah, I do wonder, maybe it is kicking off with oxygen. I wonder if maybe I could put it up on a crate or something just to get it up a little bit higher off the ground. If it kicks off again, maybe I'll try putting it up on a crate. John said it's 65 in Dallas right now. No ice yet. Yeah, you might be waiting a little bit for ice this year. We'll see. The lake trout are worth the cold temperatures. Yeah, they are. I love the lake trout for sure. Lake trout are my favorite, no doubt. Might be the low oxygen cutoff on the heater. Yeah, that's super possible. I'm not sure exactly why it's cutting off. It's hard to say. I mean, it could be low oxygen. Could be something associated to the hose, potentially. I can't imagine there would be anything associated with like the propane tanks. I've got 2 of them, so I've tried both of them. We've had issues with both tanks. Although the second tank is working better. I don't know if maybe the hose has a better connection or something this time. So anyway, we'll see. This might just turn into Nick trying to figure out his stupid heater. That might turn into what the live stream is today. We'll see. I hope not. The thermocoupler. Could be the thermocoupler. Will they run on a 1-pounder? I'm not sure. I've never tried. I think you can run them on 1-pounders, but it's actually insanely... So the heaters I have a couple heat hogs. I have a Mr. Heater. I guess it's at home. But like with these heat hogs, it is so insanely hard to get the hose on all the way. So you literally got to use like tools to get it on there good enough. That was one thing I learned talking to some guys. Like I just couldn't get mine to start at all. And I had it on there, turned as tight as I could. But he's like, no, you gotta get a tool, like a wrench, and you gotta put it on super hard. So I never take the hoses off because, I mean, you gotta really crank them back on. So anyway, long story short, once I got those hoses on, I have not tried doing pounders since then. Do you run it without a filter? Yeah, I do actually. Yep. I've kind of just played around and just done whatever has worked. So that heater in particular, the bigger heat hog that I have with the double panes, that thing worked like super good all of last winter. Like never ever one problem. So Trusty Dream said quick connect on the big heat hog. Yeah, I should definitely get one of those for sure. Tony Holland said, time to go to diesel. I love it in my flip over. Yeah, I mean, you know, at some point I got to make the leap. I think probably the hype is too strong. I feel like I need to get in on it for sure. Does yours have the connection for the quick coupler? I think yes. I'm not sure. It's been a long time since I've looked in the back of it. Your family will give you 20 new heaters for Christmas. That's funny. You know, those diesel heaters are not that expensive, really. Like, getting a big battery, like the battery is more expensive than the heater itself. So, maybe that's something I do in the future, I don't know. But like I said before, I don't usually have issues with my heaters, so. How thick is the ice? I don't know because I didn't measure right here, but when I was fishing last night, actually a couple feet deeper, it was like a full foot of ice. So they are letting like half-ton trucks out at some of these launches right now. So ice conditions are in good shape. Landon said we have an extra heater near Westwind if you want to borrow it for the night. I appreciate that. I'm hoping that won't be a concern. So, I mean, it's a concern at the moment, but I'm hoping it doesn't come to me having to go get a different heater. I mean, if I'm fighting this heater for the next 2 hours, I'll probably just do this live stream for 2 more hours and then just drive home, honestly. I'm definitely not afraid to drink caffeine and drive through the night, so I'm sure the roads will be pretty cleaned up by now, which is nice from some of the snow we've had earlier this week. Mike said, I'm planning on getting a lithium battery. I've heard 100 amp hours will last a good 2 to 3 days running my diesel heater, and they're not pricey. Yeah, I'm assuming you must be. That must be like an Amazon brand or something. Yeah, batteries are not like they're not insanely expensive, and there's a lot of utility for them. Like if you get a 100 amp hour battery like that, like for instance, I've got 3 of the Amped Outdoors 100 amp hour batteries. And I've got a couple of them in my boat, but I can take one of them out and, you know, put an inverter on it, and I can have a crazy amount of power, you know, for ice fishing or whatever, for doing live streams and whatnot. So, or I could plug it into a diesel heater, or you know, whatever I want to do. So, it is kind of it's nice having one big battery because there's a lot of things you can do with it. Trey Wilkins said open the door and get some fresh in there and then try the heater again. Alright, I will definitely... It's going to get cold in here, but I will open up all the doors, totally air it out in here. If this thing kicks off one more time, I'm going to open up the doors and try it again. So, right now it's running. So, it's been running for like the last, I think, 10 minutes. So, knock on wood. I feel like I got to be doing that like constantly today. Yeah. The sunflower never fails for a good backup. Yeah, I have a sunflower back home. And it is a good backup, but those things are sketchy to ice camp with. If you're awake, you know, if you're jigging and you're awake, like, you can make it work, you know, just be careful, have a carbon monoxide detector, but I wouldn't necessarily want to sleep with one in the house. Obviously you can, like it's possible, like you may end up alright, and having a detector is helpful, but those things are less than ideal to camp with, a little bit dangerous to camp with in my opinion. Paragordian said wipe the oil buildup off the thermocoupler. Alright, I'll consider trying that as well. There's a lot of things I can try. I do think I'll open up all the windows though, air it out in here. At some point, you know, like, then we'll probably have the same issue. But I'm definitely going to try throwing it on a crate and just getting it up off the ground a little bit. That'll probably help. I mean, I would think that would just be enough if there is any oxygen issues. Sunflowers are allowed for filming as well. Yeah, no, that's a big concern for sure. Like, I had a sunflower as a backup a few years ago, and when I put the camera on, it's like all you hear is and then I'm talking and you can hear me, but like, you know, when I'm not talking, all you hear is so there's something nostalgic for me about those sunflower heaters. It's just cool to I just remember growing up with those. Like, that's all we would use. Like, Dad would fire it up and he'd light it with a lighter, and then, you know, you got that loud buzzing. It's almost like the old Vexlar clicking, you know? So it's yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of them, but I try not to use them ideally. Is the line straight or looped? It's kind of looped a little bit. It's not like in a knot or anything, or you know, spun around itself. How much snow on the lake? So there's about I'd say there's like 2 inches on the lake right now. So kind of cool. Just enough for snowmobiles and you know, banking in a fish house like this, but not too much that it's like difficult for truck travel or anything like that. Hope I got my wife is in the chat saying, hey, how's it going, Jordan? Miss ya, see you soon. If my heater stops working, you'll see me real soon, because then I'm just going to pack up and go home. Are you ever using 2D anymore, like in a crappie situation, like the Crappie Chronicles guys do, or you usually still use the Panoptics? I would say for the most part, I'm still just going to use forward-facing sonar a lot. Like once we get into the heat of the winter, I leave that thing like mounted on my snowmobile, so can be really mobile with it driving around. I mean, if you're chasing crappies specifically, it can be nice to use the forward-facing to find some fish and then go drill on them and drop like 2D sonar on them just for something easy. Drop 2D sonar and target them with that. So, but I haven't been targeting a lot of crappies the last couple of years. I should do more, but a lot of times I'm still just using forward-facing. What am I drinking? Caffeine. Let's see. There we go. Oop, there. Alright. Caffeine. That's what I'm drinking. Jordan asked, is your heater having issues? Yeah, you can ask the people in the chat. You can ask the folks watching if there's been heater issues. It keeps kicking off for some reason, which is super annoying, but we're going to get through it. We're going to make this work. At least this time I have enough propane for sure, so. Preston said, but can this guy play 500? You know that I can play 500. One of my favorite games. We may have even played some of that back in the day. What color have I been using for lures? A lot of greens. And then what we had the rattle bait on, that was yesterday. We had the rattle bait on that's pink and white. So green, pink and white. Red is a common color out here. Red. The color red on Red Lake, believe it or not. So, but the bite sucks tonight. This is way worse than yesterday. So, hopefully it gets better. Cribbage. Oh yeah, I play cribbage too as well, Gary. Yep. Cribbage is like a newer game for me. It's been was it 2-3 years ago I learned it for the first time. And then I got like the cribbage app on my phone, so I was playing it all the time, and I feel like I'm okay at cribbage for sure. But yeah, I played some cribbage too. I'd use a red head jig and a minnow. Yeah, that's a great option too. And then Hal said I should try gold. Yeah, I could try gold too. Here's the thing. Once we start marking fish, if we get turned down a bunch of times, or if we get turned down a couple times, I'll change. But until we get turned down, I think we can probably just chill with what we got at the moment. Because ultimately, we haven't learned anything yet, other than that the fish haven't swam underneath us. Are you going to Lake of the Woods this season? Maybe. I haven't made like a lot of plans yet for this winter. I'd like to think about. I'd like to get a few more things planned out and in stone. But right now, as of right now, the only plans I have going forward is that I'm going to spend at least one day on Mille Lacs next week. That's all I know. But obviously, I'm going to get on Mille Lacs a bunch of times this winter because that's close to me. Yeah, all the above. How many fish have you caught since last night? Well, I've only ever fished on stream so far on this trip, so we've got 0 so far tonight when we started the stream like an hour and a half ago, or hour 45, something like that. Maybe the night bite gets hot again. Yeah, hopefully. You know, last night we didn't start the stream until I think it was like 6:30 or something like that. So we wouldn't have been fishing very long tonight in that case. So anyway, we're kind of just starting compared to yesterday. Any new angling buzz episodes coming out? Ben asked. Well, I haven't been like involved with that project for a few years now, so I don't know exactly what they have cooking. I would have to assume. I'd have to assume they would have more coming for sure, but I don't know. I know if I was in your shoes, I would already be second guessing my move. The shiny new idea. Yeah, that's it is one of those things, you know, like you just never know when you set up and do these things. I mean, a lot of people don't do live streams, right? Because you can go to a place and not catch. So we have marked a couple fish. One of them, you know, rose up pretty hard. I thought that one was gonna bite. But like otherwise, it's been pretty slow. And if we were anywhere else but Red Lake, I would say like, oh, you know, like that's just how it goes. Like if I'm fishing lakes around home, you know, you don't see a ton of fish usually, and you hope you catch a few. But on Red Lake, like you should be catching some fish, as long as you're not like in midwinter or whatever. Mikey said, "We back." What's up, Mikey? Back for another night of live streaming walleye fishing. Mikey asked, have we been seeing any? Not a lot. I guess we did just cover that. But it has been slow tonight. Neparta asked, can we look around on the live scope again to see if anything is close by? Maybe switch to a rattle bait to call them in. We'll just hold for now. We might look around with perspective in the future, but for now I think we're just gonna grind in down mode at the moment. Carter's 226 said, chum the water. Well, chumming is not legal in Minnesota, so unfortunately that is not an option. But chumming would be just sitting in a shack like this, chumming down some minnows and other things. Like, that would be super viable out here for sure. But yeah, not an option, unfortunately. You think the perch bite will be as good as last year on Mille Lacs? I think it could be better, potentially. Obviously, they started to get beat down pretty hard last year, but I think like it could be very, very good this year, potentially, with that year class that was in that upper end being 1 year older. I mean, they grow so fast on Mille Lacs. Like, there might be a lot of big ones caught out there this year. So we'll just have to see. I can't say for sure, but I'm excited to find out, honestly. How do you choose your tonight's spot? Okay, so I actually did talk to a guy over at the ramp, one of the guys with the up north fish house crew, and he gave me a little tip to come check it out in this little corner here where we're set up. And yeah, I think it sounded like they were creaming them today during the day, right around the time I was eating a burger for lunch. So yeah, and I'm not necessarily on the spot, you know, where they were at or whatever. But anyway, long story short, I got a little tip to head over here. Has not worked yet, but I'm not giving up hope. Also, I gotta change one little thing here. I've got the grid lines on. How do I change that? Here we go. All right. When I went to perspective mode and I was changing all the different settings, I accidentally turned that on. Matt said maybe it's just slow everywhere tonight. I just got home. Big 0 tonight. I don't know. I mean, someone's catching them. I mean, on Red Lake specifically, someone is catching them for sure. But this is very, very low activity. For sure. Minnesota Life said, "What's up, Nick?" from Jason. How's it going, Jason? Have you been marking? Yeah, it's been slow. We've marked a couple fish, but not a lot. It's been a slow night for sure. What colors do you use mostly for walleyes? I try to do, I would say, like, I really like greens. I really like whites. But honestly, just about everything can play. Metallics, especially in clearer water, but Red Lake, you know, golds and stuff like that can be really good. But there are some like lake-specific tendencies and preferences. So, yeah, I use a little bit of everything. But if I have a go-to, it's more of like a perchy color because a lot of the lakes that we fish have perch in them. Can you chum with saltines? Probably not, but I can eat the saltines because that's, I mean, it's nutritious, it's good for you. Trey said, last resort, try a drop shot with a minnow on it, pounding the bottom with the weight. Yeah, that's a good option too. We may re-tie up our dead stick into a drop shot at some point here. Steve said, yeah, this is pretty slow. Yeah, this is super slow. I wish there were more fish rolling through for you guys. Either way, I'm going to enjoy it, but yeah, it just kind of is what it is. Mace Place said, I agree with it being slow. I have been out since 2 and haven't caught one. Shoot, that sucks, man. That's tough to hear. Well, hopefully the night bite can fire up for us. But yeah, this is definitely some of the slowest I've seen it on red, like ever, honestly. Usually you at least see a few fish crawling around, even if their nose, you know, they got their nose in the dirt, avoiding you. But yeah, we're just marking less than I would expect. So hopefully that changes. We'll see. It's one of those things too, when the bite is crappy for a period of time, it eventually fires up, usually. So, but we don't have to belabor the negativity for too much longer. Let's talk about the positives. The positives is we're on ice. It's happening. We're doing the thing. I hope there's more positives than that though soon. Kipper said, Tampa Bay, Atlanta Falcons tonight. Got anybody going? I'm assuming you're asking in fantasy. Is today Thursday already? Oh gosh, I don't know if I even set my lineup. I've been too busy running around up here. I don't know if I got anybody going. But if I had to guess, I'd say Tampa Bay wins the game. I got Carter in the chat. How's it going, Carter? See you tomorrow. Blair said, my nephew is on red right now, and between two guys, they have 3 on the ice since 3 p.m. this afternoon. That's really crappy bite, unfortunately. So basically, things are a grind tonight. So it is good to know that it's been slow for some people, for sure. I mean, it's not good to know. I wish everyone all the success in the world. But it makes me feel slightly better that things have sucked so far. On the ice is better than the rest of us in the basement. Yeah, that's fair. No, I'm just glad to be out here for sure. It's a good time no matter what. Ugh. You won't see me complaining. The only reason I will complain is if the heater starts kicking off again. Chet said 50 degrees over here this weekend, no ice in sight. Where are you at? Are you far enough north where you do get ice sometimes? That's what I want to know. Are you sleeping out here? Yeah, that's the plan. The plan is to sleep out here. And, yeah, sleep out here. Hopefully catch him in the morning. Let's see here. How much dead space on the scope on the bottom of the lake? Similar to 2D? It depends. I mean, we can look at it right now if you want. So, got down to right about there. Drop it. Or no, wait. Now it's in the bottom, and I lift up. Well, there's almost no dead space right here in down mode. That is the nice thing about down mode, is that I found that usually there's a little bit less dead space. So yeah, there's pretty much no dead space. If anything's swimming under us, we should see it. But we're on super flat ground, you know? Like, this is not a break or anything. Oh, western Montana. Dang, that's pretty warm for Montana, honestly. My daughter's birthday today. I hope it brings you luck. She's turning 6. Well, happy birthday to your daughter. That's awesome. I hope it brings me luck too. Fisher Ed said, I'm in Wisconsin, and it's supposed to be negatives at night this weekend. Do you think there's going to be ice? So far it's been bad here. Yeah, I think that sounds like some ice making weather to me. So, man, I can't imagine how much ice there's going to be here on Red. There's not very much snow, and it's going to be extremely cold here as well this weekend. So, yeah, I can't. They might get up to 16 inches or something by the end of the weekend, possibly. We'll see. My kiddo asked if we got any fish yet. No, we don't have any fish yet. The fishing has kind of sucked tonight. Nothing yet, but it ain't over. Just remember that. We have more fishing to do here. We just need a couple marks to swim by, and we can see if we can get one of them. James said, is Red Lake still worth a trip in mid to late December? I won't be back in Minnesota until then. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, Red is... Look at how great Red Lake is. Red is super good in December. It's not until like midwinter that it starts to get a little tougher, but honestly everything gets tougher that time of year, so it's not really Red's fault at that point. But yeah, I would say definitely worth the trip up here at that point in time. A lot of stuff is good in December though. You know, like Mille Lacs is super good. Leech and Winnie are super good in mid-December. But yeah, I mean, if you're planning on coming up here, like, you should still feel good about it. But there can be slow nights. That's why you go for more than one day, right? Like yesterday was quite a bit better than today, and whatever. It just changes. So you'd think that the bite would still be pretty good since we're pre-cold front here. Like, the cold front should maybe make things a little trickier. But yeah, so you'd think today would be good, but it hasn't been good yet. So you poked me in the eye. Yep, I did. Sakakawea is still all open still. Water still. That's crazy. That's actually a little surprising, honestly. I mean, I know it's big water and whatever, but you'd think you'd start getting a little bit of ice by now. But what do I know? We don't really have a lot of big reservoirs over here, so. In your opinion, is it worth trying the Lowrance Eagle Eye before the full commitment to Garmin? I guess I would say if your goal is to fully commit to like a live scope unit like this at some point, then I don't really see the point in getting like something like the Lowrance first. Like if you know that you aren't necessarily going to upgrade to something like an Eagle Eye or to something like a live scope, and like you know you're just going to be happy with the Eagle Eye, then I would say go get the Eagle Eye or whatever. But like if your plan is to eventually get a Garmin, I mean my 2 cents would just be just save up a little bit longer and just get the Garmin. Like the Eagle Eye might be nice to have as a second unit just for, you know, a backup or something that's a little just smaller and more mobile. But ultimately I don't feel like you need to get the Eagle Eye first and then get a Garmin, if that's what you're getting at. We got Hub in the chat. How's it going, Hub? Are you in the same spot as last night? No, this is a different spot. This is like a mile and a half from where I was. So totally different location. Totally different result. It's actually it's a lot a bit slower tonight than it was yesterday. But there's been a number of people in the chat saying that they were out this afternoon and had a harder time. So whatever. And I'm sure there's some people out there creamed them today, you know, but just kind of is what it is. All you can do is get out there and give it a rip. But yeah, I have heard a few people in the chat have said that they've caught, you know, 1 or 2 fish since, or 2 or 3 fish since like 2 o'clock or whatever. So, and Yeah, when did we start this stream? Like 5:30 or something? Vang said, buy once, cry once. Just get a live scope. Yeah, I don't, my 2 cents would not be to get a eagle eye first and then get a scope later. Like, if you want the eagle eye, just get the eagle eye, roll with it, but it's not a stepping stone by any means. How much ice? We have at least a foot underneath us right now. I don't have my measuring device, but last night we were fishing on a foot. Do you have your eye on fishing any tournaments in 2026? Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely be fishing some tournaments. We've got some local walleye derbies, which are fun. I would love to go fish some of the NWT stuff. I just don't know. I just don't really have a big enough boat to go and do that. If I ever get like a glass boat, like a bigger glass boat, I think that would be fun to go and fish some of those big water derbies. Like they got, like the NWT's got events on the Great Lakes, Sakakawea, Lake Oahe. I really want to go to Lake Oahe for sure. But like there's some other stuff that would be fun to fish too. Like I've always wanted to try and go and fish the Graha up in Grand Rapids, Minnesota. There's some bass derbies like on Lake of the Woods and Rainy Lake that I really want to fish with my dad. I think that'd be super fun. So kind of thinking about some of that. Oh, also some of those Saskatchewan derbies I think would be fun to go and do too. Like the one on Tobin or the one on Last Mountain Lake. So thinking and considering a lot of things, but we'll see. TBD. How deep are you? Yeah, so we're in about 8 feet of water right now. So we're fishing in like 10 and a half yesterday. Let's pump up the super chat and get this man a bigger boat. Doesn't matter how many super chats happen tonight. It's probably not going to be able to get me a bigger boat. Considering big glass boats cost like as much as my first house that I bought. How many years ago was that? Like 10 years ago. Do you prefer a hub or a flip house for camping? So I guess it just depends on what you're doing. So if you are 100% sure that you're going to camp in one spot, the hub house is super nice. There's so much space. I've done a lot of camping in a hub house, and I'm definitely a fan. But this flip over is so much more convenient. It honestly cuts down like truthfully, like 45 minutes to an hour worth of setup time. It's just so much more convenient. You got so much stuff you can keep in the tub behind you here. And there's still, like, depending on which flip over you're in, there's still quite a bit of room in this main area here. So, like, I will flip these benches down right here. I'll flip them flat and just sleep across here. And it's, like, super comfortable and awesome just platform for sleeping. And then I have all this room out in front of me here. So, and there's like a ton of room. So this is the resort, which is Otter's biggest flip over. But yeah, that's my assessment on it. I mean, hubs are better. I mean, if you're sleeping with multiple people, I feel like you definitely want a hub. But I mean, this thing will sleep two as well, so it's viable. But hubs just have a little bit more space if that's what you need. Chuck said the Saskatchewan call out. Oh, go to Tobin tournament. That would be cool. Yeah, I'm looking at Tobin or Last Mountain. I think sounds like the bite on Last Mountain is just a little bit better. Like more of a chance at some like big 30 plus, 32 inch, whatever walleyes. Even if you don't catch them in the derby, like catching a 32 in practice would be just awesome, Maybe we should go back to the other spot. Yeah, I mean, the assessment so far would be that would be significantly better. But No chance for moving. Sorry guys, it ain't happening. Way too much stuff to move. Nick, your dad has been great to watch over the years. Wish him well. Yes, I can definitely do that. Go to the Regina Beach tournament. Tobin's not that good, and the tournaments there aren't that great. Them's fighting words. We got some pro-Tobin and anti-Tobin derby folks in the chat here. Yeah. I was intrigued by the big one on Tobin because the payout was so big. I thought that would be pretty cool. But yeah, I have heard that can be a little bit more of a grindy tournament than some of the other ones. Tyler said the Graha is an amazing tournament. Send in your application at 12:01 to get in. That's what we had to do. Any tourney video would be amazing to watch as well, the pre-fish and actually the tournament. Yeah, that's I've definitely considered looking at the Graha for sure, and I've heard some people signing up at 12:01 that don't get in sometimes. So that's obviously an insanely good tournament and super popular. So yeah, I've even heard that sometimes like the site has crashed because everyone is trying to sign up at 12:01. So anyway. It's just money. You can't take it with you. New boat, new boat, new boat. Yeah, we're going to get a new boat here, guys. Don't worry. I'd like to get a nice big glass boat so we can go out on the Great Lakes. We can go to places like Sakakawea or Oahe even when it's windy. I hate just being at the mercy of the wind with my 19-foot aluminum. Tobin has monster walleyes from the Saskatchewan River emptying into it. Yeah, I mean, Tobin's awesome too. I mean, if Tobin was in Minnesota, it'd be the best lake in Minnesota, you know, so it's an incredible fishery. Wheel bearings and hub assemblies for the Skeeter trailer being delivered tomorrow morning. Crappies beware. Well, right on. I hope you slay some crappies in the boat. Oh, we got TJ Erickson in the chat here. TJ said, "What did I miss?" Here's what you missed, TJ. We got a 30-inch walleye tonight. We got a 42-inch pike, and then also 45-inch pike. And then you should have saw the burbot that we caught. It must have been at least 15 pounds. No, actually, you have not missed anything. 0 fish so far. The bite has sucked. I'm hearing some of the folks in the chat say that either they are on the ice or they've got like family members on the ice, and apparently it's been crappy for some of the other people fishing this evening and into the night here, which makes me feel slightly better, but I'd still like to be marking a few more fish than we are. So we've had a couple interactions, but nothing has chewed, so that's honestly super surprising, but kind of is what it is at this point. Gary said, Nick, if you had to pick one thing that your family taught you as the best tip, what would it be? Oh, geez, that's a hard one. One thing, I guess I would say one thing my family's always been super up on is just always being ahead of the curve when it comes to just the different resources available, whether it's, you know, looking up survey data, whether it's using electronics, whether it's trying tactics that people haven't done before. So like I fished a lot with Dad, doing like derbies and stuff, pre-fishing with him for different derbies, and just being on like the leading edge of some of the tactics that are really effective, or like the upcoming tactics, is super important. Like that's how you catch more fish, is experimenting with new things, learning new tactics, learning new ways to fish. And that's probably the thing I learned the most, is just trying to stay ahead of the curve. I think a lot of people a lot of people can get really, really good with certain tactics. You know, if it's like rigging or jig fishing or whatever. And like, I spent a lot of time doing some tactics as well, for sure, to try and like get extremely good with them. But there's some people that are extremely good at things, and then there's some people that have a lot of experience with a lot of different things. And I kind of like that second bucket a little bit more. So, and I would say that's like definitely what like a lot of my family members are in, is that second bucket, where they have just a lot of experience with a lot of different things, and just makes you like a more well-rounded angler. Top Card said, I'd love to ice camp, just unsure how the number 2 works out there and what is allowed. I do know you can't. I don't know all the rules super good. I try and just be as thoughtful as I can and know as much as I can, but I'm pretty sure the rules in Minnesota is no poop bags on the ice ever. So if you poop, you got to have it up off the ground. Yeah, that's about all I know. So Mike said Last Mountain is good until New Year, then it slows down till late ice. Last Mountain dwarfs Tobin for average size fish. Tobin may hold longer fish, but definitely not a better average. Good to know. What are the air temps up in Minnesota right now? I think it's like teens right now, or low teens maybe. It's pretty chilly, but it's not too bad. How did the morning bite, day bite go out there? So I actually ended up not fishing in the morning. Usually my favorite part of camping is you get to roll out of bed and fish, catch fish. Sometimes some of the first fish I catch in the morning are, I'm still in my sleeping bag, where I just kind of rolled up out of bed and kind of sat down, dropped a jig down, and like instantly start seeing fish. But I didn't fish right away this morning because I slept in a little bit late, because I slept so bad last night because I ran out of propane. And then I had to go do a podcast, and then I drove back to shore. I had to go get propane, then I had dinner, and then I had to move all my setup, so I didn't like really have time to fish this morning because I wanted to do another live stream tonight. So it's kind of just a whole thing. WTF? Where the fish? That's a great question. I'm also wondering that. Are you using swivels? Do you ever see the fish more interested in the swivel than the bait itself? Yes, I am using swivels. I've never really experienced the fish being more interested in the swivel when I'm specifically talking about walleyes. But if you ever have like a fish that's just obsessed with your swivel, it's almost definitely like a Cisco or a whitefish. They love swivels. So if you could put a little hook on a swivel, I think you would catch a bunch of fish on whitefish or tulipy and stuff like that. Dead stick and jigging hole. Something has to change. Well, unfortunately, we can't change a lot. We can't move at all. So, and if there's no fish swimming underneath the hole, there's not a lot of reason to change baits, because ultimately we're not getting turned down. Like, you got to start marking fish, and then we'll do that. TJ asked, how is the otter camping this year? Anything you've changed or modified in the new house? I mean, that's a question for a whole video, honestly. I should just run through all my different stuff. But yeah, I've got shelves on the side. That's kind of a little bit of a modification that I've liked. A lot of the storage nets are big, but I've got all these hooks in all the different corners so I can hang up clothes, I can hang up lights, I can hang up a fan, I can hang up like cloths and stuff like that. So anyway, there's a lot of things. But yeah, it's been good. I mean, there's a lot of space in here, so it's been super nice. It's heavy getting in and out of the trailer, but it's worth it once you're on the ice. I should also say before I forget, we do have a really big giveaway that I spent a little bit of time reaching out to companies and getting gear for. So there is a comment that I tagged to the top. It says big ice fishing giveaway, and then there's a link. So if you guys want to sign up for that, check that giveaway out. And hopefully we get some walleyes here. But there's a bunch of good stuff in there that you guys could potentially win. We'll probably be drawing the winner like next month, probably, I think. So if you only had a couple GoPros and a phone, how would you set that up for YouTube filming? Probably not too different than what we're doing right now. You know, like, got to get a view looking at you. You can do a head cam. That can be kind of fun for just a point of view if you got, GoPro for that. But yeah, cell phones can be super useful too. A lot of guys are using cell phones more and more. Good buddy Real Canuck said, but Nick, Joe never sleeps with the heat on at night. Be a man. Well, I'm not. I think it's pretty obvious that I'm not nearly as much of a man as Joe. So yeah, Joe is a lot tougher than me. If I don't have the heat on, my sleep definitely suffers. Especially when it's as cold as it was last night. Last night was very, very cold. I don't know if it got down to 0, but it was pretty dang close. 0 Fahrenheit. Ash Fishing from Ash Fishing Minnesota said, "Yo, what's up? Oh, here's one." Come on, come on, you stinking piece of poop! I'm up here. That's annoying. Alright. I think we can... Some of you want me to change baits. I think we can finally change... we can finally change the active jigging spoon, I think. We did just get shut down. It was like 2 hours ago we had another fish come in, and that one didn't bite either, so... But yeah, my wife's in the chat here. She said, ouch. Good seeing something, though. Yeah, no, it is a positive development. It is a positive development. I'd count that as a turn down. Yeah, I would too. I agree. But we got the Real Canuck with the super chat. $10 super chat. Hey everyone, Nick needs some Verizon money for his internet. Super chat for internet. I appreciate that, man. Oh, he's still there. There's still a fish there. Come on, do something. Come on. Is he gone? I wonder if that was the same fish from earlier. I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things, I mean, they're just obviously a little tight-lipped, just in general, right? But I do think it's still worth experimenting with different baits. I mean, usually when you have an active jigging spoon and a dead stick, that's enough variety usually, but we'll switch something out. I'll tell you one thing, we're not going to go to a rattle bait or anything like that. You guys can't talk me into that. That's just, when the fish are like this, I just think it's too much. And, you know, on some lakes, you know, you go to Winnipeg or something like that, you might say, oh, the fish aren't in a good mood. You know, you drop a rattle bait down and you'll get one fired up. I haven't really found it to work like that as often around here, so. The fish thinks it's February. Yeah, I don't know what the heck it thinks. It's not even cold out. Let's see. I think, what should we run here? Like, you know, I think I got something in here. I threw a couple baits inside my bucket here. Gosh. I should take a few of these out. Put them over here. These were a few of the baits we were using last night. Kind of picking through. I realized when I was going through my bait collection that I don't have a lot of stuff that's glow colored. Got a lot of metallics in there, stuff like that. God, what about, okay, I'll let you guys choose the next one here. Is there one by there? No. I'll let you guys choose the next one. So I have a glass buckshot spoon, 1/4 ounce. This thing will make some noise. It's got glow color, so you know, big treble hook, usually pretty good. And then I've got this little crappie king jig. That's the other option. So this is obviously a lot more finesse. What I'll probably do with this is I'll probably nose hook a like a little fathead minnow. But obviously smaller hook. We're not gonna catch probably like a 25 incher, so I'm not super worried. But you know, this might have a slightly better hookup rate than a smaller hook like this. So what do you guys think, the jig or the spoon? Let me know what you guys think. We got to vote for the jig. The buckshot. Don't even show the other one. Jig. The jig. Crappie king. Buckshot. Crappie king. Buckshot. Spoon. Jig. Spoon. 6.5 inch rattle bait. Spoon. Yeah. Okay. We'll probably try both of them, but let's start off with the I think more people voted spoon, I think. So we're going to go to the big old buckshot. I should probably put a new minnow head on there though. I have no idea. That thing's been on there for like 20 hours. I don't know what to tell you. I know some of you won't be happy with that choice because people were voting both sides of it, but we'll definitely try that little micro jig soon. How about that? If we get turned down on this, spoon, I'll switch us over. So. Alright. Get that minnow head on there. Pop it through the top of the head. Pinch off the body. Boom. That's what we did, guys. I think we are going to... I almost just sent it down. I think we're going to glow it up first. I got a little glow ring right here behind the camera. So glow that bad boy up a little bit so you guys can see. You guys probably can't really tell that it's glowed, but either way, it's glowed. Hole cover on, so we're a little stealthy. I've got hole covers down, covering all our holes, and I've got foam flooring as well. So we're about as stealthy as we can get out here today. Do you think Mille Lacs will be drivable around December 28th to January 2nd? If I had to guess, I would say probably. Tough to say. I mean, you never know, but I mean, we're a good ways from that now, like 3 weeks. 3 weeks or so, 2.5, 3 weeks. I mean, it might be there by then. I know a lot of guys like my buddy Brad Hawthorne, who runs Ice Camp Outfitters. So he's got a bunch of wheelhouses that he rents out, and he is normally opening up just after Christmas usually. So, you know, if he's got wheelhouses out there, obviously you can drive around, but yeah, that can be a little edgy that time of year, just depending on the weather. But it's been so cold. I mean, I gotta think that we're gonna have pretty good driving around, you know, travel conditions out there by the end of December. Captain Dominic said, run a foam floor and hole covers if you're running all that light in the shack that shallow. Yep. That's what we got. Foam floor, hole covers. So we are as stealthy as we can be while still having lights on for the live stream. How much ice are you on? I would say we're on at least a foot here. 12, maybe 13 inches. Have you caught any fish? No, it sucked. Have not caught anything. Nothing here yet, Zach. We've marked a few fish, but it's been not great. Not great. Oh. I wonder how late we're going to go tonight. I wonder if we're going to make it. It's only 8 o'clock. We streamed 5 hours later than this last night. What do I got here? I think that'll be alright. That's dinner tonight. I picked this up at the restaurant down the road. We got toast. We got soggy waffle fries. Yeah, they're kind of soggy now. And we got chicken strips. My wife will be glad to know that we've got some halfway nutritious food tonight. More nutritious than saltines, that's for sure. So I'm gonna dig into that a little bit. I don't know if it's awkward to eat in front of the camera or not, but I'm doing it. So there's nothing else we can do about it. Well, we're waiting for the fish to come in. Mikey said I was worried you only had saltines again. Looks like the dead stick is kicking around a little bit. It's good the dead stick's at least active. Dominic said I eat pizza like that all the time. Yeah, I love just buying a pizza and then just not even eating it at the restaurant. Just bringing it out onto the lake. How deep is it? We're in about 8 feet right now. Right around 8 feet. Do you tail hook your dead stick minnow? Yeah, Matt, I do tail hook generally on the dead stick. Lucas said back again. Yeah, welcome back. We're doing it again tonight. The only problem is the bite is significantly slower tonight than it was yesterday. And yesterday wasn't particularly good, honestly, for Red Lake. I mean, if I was back home, it would have been an awesome night. You know, a half dozen fish or so would be a good night around home. But on Red Lake, you expect a little bit better. Still not a terrible bite. Is this shallow or deeper? This is a little bit shallower than yesterday. Just a couple feet. Are you out of a resort? And if so, which one? Yeah, I'm fishing out of the access that had the Up North Fish House Rentals access, which is on Sunny Beach Road. So that's where I'm at. What are you using for a heat source and CO detector? Yeah, I've got like a heat hog going, and then I have just an Amazon CO detector. Why not hook through the back? Just with those fat heads, I feel like, you know, just a small little minnow like that, a tail hook works good, and they stay alive plenty good, and the fish eat it. Like, I've had a lot of success tail hooking, so I will usually tail hook just because it's easier. So especially with the smaller minnows like that. If I were you and don't catch by 9, I'd pack up and boogie for home. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. I mean, I could get home at a reasonable time. It'd probably be like 1:30 a.m. I mean, I would definitely consider it. What's your opinion on the poor man's lobster eel pout? Is it a little exaggerated? Well, no one said it's a rich man's lobster, right? So I won't say that it's better than lobster, but it's pretty good. He's still down there? Well, anyway. Yeah, I like eating heel pout. It's good. It's tasty. How far distance-wise would you say you moved from last night? Like a mile and a half, probably. I drove a little bit north on the lake, so... Waffle fries are better than any other fries, in my opinion. I can't disagree with you there. I'm a waffle fries fan, for sure. Not the first time watching you eat on a live stream. Yes, yes. I'm not afraid to eat in front of people when I'm hungry enough. I think it's time for some hot chocolate. I intended to bring ice fishing, haha. But it's too cold for my vehicle to go fishing. Yeah, that's understandable. What auger are you running this year? Have a 24 volts ready or trying out the Maven? So I have the Ion Alpha. I got that last year. It is just insanely good. So I will definitely be playing with that new Maven because I got buddies who have it. But I'll definitely be running the Alpha this year because it's just a heck of an auger, and it's proven for sure. So PB burbot. Oh, that's a good question. I don't know that I've weighed some of the biggest burbot I've caught, but like right in that like 10-ish, give or take, pound range, I would say. What do you think is the next big jump in fishing technology after forward facing? I'm not sure, honestly. I'm not exactly sure where the next direction is going to be. Maybe some sort of 360 forward facing or anything like something like that. What is the coverage area of your electronics? And does a fish look huge? Yeah, I mean, we're in 8 feet, so it's super shallow. The fish is going to look real big when we see him, but we've got like about... You guys should be able to see about 5 foot in either direction. So we've got like a 10-foot range going across here. So... Chuck said the Ion Alpha is a game changer. I got one last year and asked for the free extra battery. Yeah, they that thing is just, it chews, it's super smooth, it's light, super reliable. I've been happy with mine so far. What size auger? I'll use mostly 8. Mostly 8 around home. But if I do go up to like Canada or something, upsizing to a 10 can be nice, because obviously there's opportunity at some bigger fish up north. What's your favorite freshwater fish to eat? Probably perch. I love perch. How was the day bite? I actually didn't get to fish during the day today. I was too busy running around and moving and doing a bunch of errands today. So what line are you using? I got 6-pound fluorocarbon on. That's what I'm running. Suffix Advanced Fluoro is what I got specifically. Just tune in. What structure or lake contour do you look for on red? So red is like this big giant, it's almost like a big basin. So there is some like rocky structure. We're actually kind of close to some rocks right now. But for the most part, like from a structure standpoint, there's not a lot of structure. Like there's not a lot of breaks. or anything like that. There's always going to be some things. There's some cover, there's a little bit of structure, but for the most part, these are just big flats that the fish are roaming around on. AI fish companion is the next big thing. That's hilarious. I like my DeWalt drill setup. Yeah, the just the auger bit with a drill can be really nice. The reverse function is good for cleaning the holes. I have a 10-inch auger, just be careful not to step in the hole. A person I took fishing drilled a hole right through the door. Or right outside the door, excuse me. Yeah, you don't want to, if you drill a 10-inch hole, you gotta be careful. That is about the size where your feet start to be able to start getting, fitting inside of it. Jared asked, are there any plans to buy an ice castle or Yeti? I don't have any plans at the moment. I wouldn't rule anything out, but at the moment, we're just chilling. I like using portables, and I like running around with snowmobiles, and I like being able to run around with my snowmobile and bring my sleeping setup wherever I want to, so. Kevin said, my girlfriend is upset I'm watching you and not the Diddy documentary. Well, tell her the Diddy documentary will be there tomorrow. We're not live streaming tomorrow. Seth asked if we've caught anything. Not yet. It's been really, really stinking slow. We've marked a few fish, but they are super, super finicky, and they're not moving around very much tonight. So I don't know. I've heard from a few people that the bite is a little bit slower, but yeah, this is like the hardest I've seen red, honestly, in my personal opinion. Have you ever dropped a phone or anything down a hole? I've dropped pliers down a hole. I dropped a phone off my boat this summer. That's the first time I've lost a phone. But I should have dropped a waypoint. I could have looked for it this winter. But yeah, the only thing I've dropped down an ice hole is just like pliers and stuff like that in the past. Nick, thoughts on the Vikings this year? Thoughts on J.J. McCarthy? Don't give up faith on J.J. yet. This is gonna spark some controversy in the comment section, but don't give up on JJ yet. I think the kids still got something in them there. I think. Mikey said the wife and kids can all come with and fish in the Yeti, though. No, that's true. Having more space is a big deal. Makes it a lot easier for the family. So that is one thing too, which I would like to do more. But yeah, Jordan's, my wife said we all use ice camp with Brad Hawthorne if we all want to go out. Yeah, so that is the one nice thing. I got Brad is my good buddy, and he runs a killer outfit on Mille Lacs he's got a bunch of fish houses. I don't know if he's got a dozen or if he's got 10 or whatever it is, but yeah, so a lot of times, like if we go out with the family, we'll just go out with Brad, and that makes it a little bit easier. We've done that a couple times the last couple of years. What am I using for power? I have a Amped Outdoors like lithium power box, so that keeps me running for a while. My wife said innocent plug. Yeah, no, it's a good plug. Brad is an awesome guy, and if you ever do want to rent a wheelhouse, give Brad a call. So Brad doesn't pay me any money to say that, but he's a super good friend of mine. So Naperta said, when I was a kid, my whole leg went through a 10-inch hole that was snow covered. That's unfortunate. That is less than ideal. That is a day ruiner for kids, that's for sure. I never gave up on JJ. Skull. Right on, Andrew. I like that. I think the kids got some potential for sure. He's also still the youngest quarterback in the NFL. He's had moments where he's looked like a mess, but he's had moments where he's flashed some real like serious clutch gene. So I think if he can get his mechanics a little more dialed in this offseason, where he doesn't have to think about it as much, I think he can be pretty good, honestly. But that's sort of an unpopular take right now. Ross asked if I've ever watched Shoresy since I went to school in Sudbury. I've never watched that. I'm not sure what that is. But I did spend one semester in Sudbury. That was kind of a fun, interesting little side quest in my college career. What's the link for Brad, or is it Brad Hawthorne Fish House Rentals? His outfit is called Ice Camp Outfitters. So I think icecamp.com actually goes to his website, but if you type in Ice Camp Outfitters, it'll pop up for sure. Midwest Pro Fishing said, I feel something big coming for you this season, Nick. Keep up the great work. I appreciate it. Hopefully something big means new personal best walleye. That'd be kind of fun. What depth should we be fishing? Whatever depth I'm not fishing. We're in 8 feet of water, and it sucked. It has sucked tonight. I was in 10 last night. It was a lot better, but still not amazing. Here we go. I think he's gone. Nice. What was I talking about? I can't remember what I was talking about. Anyway. Oh, what depth should we be fishing? At this point, I think just getting fish to bite that come in would be great. But, I mean, would it be better deeper? Maybe. Are the fish just a little tight-lipped and not moving very much tonight? I don't know. It's hard to say. But even, I mean, we haven't seen like a lot of fish today, but you would still like to think that you would catch one or two of those fish that have come through on just kind of like an average night. So that does tell me the bite probably is a little bit slow, realistically. So, anywho. What depths do you find live scope affects fish willingness to bite? I haven't seen any, I haven't really seen any effect like that. what hard case do you guys use for rod storage? So I have two cases. I have the big giant Otter hard rod case. I like that one because it mounts really easy to my snowmobile. Because you can just put like the little adapter on there and it'll slide right on my monster box. And I've got videos running through my snowmobile setup. But another one I have too is that Lakewood Greenback rod case, I think is what it's called. That one is super sick too. It's super big, lots of storage in it. So I use both of those a little bit. But usually I end up using that Otter one more just because for running and gunning on the snowmobile, it's just super convenient and easy. Will you use jaw jackers this year now that they're legal in Minnesota? By the way, I'm with you on JJ. Right on, Kevin. Yeah, I'll experiment with jaw jackers a little bit. The thing is, like, over the years, we haven't had the opportunity to experiment with it because it's been illegal to use. So I'll play with it for different species and see what I like it for. I already know that I like it for trout. I've used it for trout a few times in the past in different states and provinces. But like perch, crappies, I think that they'll definitely play for those species for sure. So got to play with those definitely. But I fish a lot of walleyes too, so at some point I'll be playing with them for walleyes as well. What do you think about the yellow and orange forage minnow for perch on red? Yeah, those are great. That's an awesome perch bait for sure. Trevor says under 10 feet LVS 34 makes fish not bite as easily. Yeah, I just don't know that there's like any way you can prove that it impacts fish behavior, you know? Like when a fish swims underneath your hole, you get to watch it eat or not eat. And if it doesn't eat, you say, well, I think the live scope made it not eat. And it's like, well, you wouldn't have even known that fish was there if it wasn't for the live scope. So, you know, in a lot of cases, I don't think there's like a good way to prove it per se. But I get what you're saying. I mean, it's possible, but how is the Otter cot setup? Do you recommend using an air pad? Yeah, so what I do in here, like I'll just lay these seats flat and I'll sleep the long way. And then yeah, like I wouldn't recommend sleeping on any cot setup without some sort of air pad or foam pad. So I've got like this hybrid foam air pad that's I'm really liking. So I just lay that across the seats here, and it's worked really nice for me. Nick, do you trust Quasey's drafting? No, definitely not. I mean, every time he makes moves, I'm like, yeah, I like that. Like, I like that you traded up for Dallas Turner, or like, I liked the JJ pick, or I feel like there were some guys in past drafts where it was like, yeah, I think that's a good pick. Like, that makes sense. That feels like a value. But then he just like misses on all these picks. So obviously you can't trust him at this point, but in the moment, I generally like what he's doing. So I do think he's done a good job of bringing in free agents, but obviously he's just got insanely bad results on draft picks so far. So I don't know. I mean, he might be, if by the end of the season, he might end up losing his job just with how terrible the team has played, but also just the fact that the draft picks like never hit. Finally, Dallas Turner is starting to do some stuff, so that's at least one positive development. Loserville MN says Quasey is the worst. Show the setup. I want to see the holes in the ice. Is there an easy way for me to do that? The problem is with all these cameras and stuff, it's hard to move things around. I could probably give you guys a quick little look. Real quick. It's kind of chilly over here. I got the heater in the other corner there. It's sort of blocked. Alright, so you got the computer here that we're live streaming on. You got the scope. The lighting is not going to be good. The heater's in the back corner there. Why does that look so dirty? Heater's in the back corner there. Got everything set up here. You're probably just not going to be able to see much that's not, you know, already lit up for filming. So, got a bunch of stuff hanging up in the corner here. It is a little bit of a mess outside of this nice little clean area that we have set up for filming the live stream. So, I'm sorry, it's not easy to see. Let's see if I can get it back on this mount here. Gosh. This mount is tricky. It's really sturdy once it's on there, but it's supposed to be like a quick release mount, and it's not very quick. Shouldn't have taken it off. There we go. That was probably kind of jarring for you guys as I was trying to put that on. Future Floats said that live scope overlay is legit. I appreciate it. Kind of fun to have something a little different like that. Did I just zoom it in while I was... Yeah, I did. Alright. SD Kenny with the $10 super chat. I appreciate that, Kenny. Thank you for supporting the stream, helping make this happen. Charlie said, JR's says fish are biting in 11 to 13. Well, we're quite a ways from 11 to 13, so that is unfortunate. I wonder if they're biting at night out that deep too. I missed it, but where'd you get the food? Did someone deliver that to you in the shack? I wish. How awesome would that be? Just delivery out here. No, I grabbed, I ate some lunch in Kelleher. That's how you pronounce it. What's the name of that place? Roadrunner or something. And I ate a burger there for lunch, and then I ordered some chicken strips for dinner to save to bring out here. I figured chicken strips would hold pretty good 5 or 6 hours later. And I figured correctly, because these things are stinking delicious. Kellier. Yeah, that sounds about right. Steve said this is Nick's health food. Yep, this is significantly healthier than the saltines I was feasting on last night. But saltines are my go-to. New business, Shack shuttle food delivery. Yeah, that would be a big hit, in my opinion. Cody said, you're the man, just got off of Mille Lacs through Castle. I appreciate that, Cody. Should have just fished Rabbit Lake. Yeah, it's a lot closer to home. And would have caught just as many fish, probably. Maybe more. Maybe we'd have got more there. What's your go-to dipping sauce? Yeah, like probably just barbecue. I'm a pretty plain Jane guy. Slow walleye, good perch bite during the day. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I've been wanting to get out of Mille Lacs. I almost considered not coming up to Red, just so I could stay closer to home and just fish perch and stuff on Mille Lacs. But I feel like I gotta have like an early ice Red Lake live stream every year. It's just too fun. The bite is just too good. Not tonight. But it's just such a fun thing to come up here and do. And there's like insanely good service up here, so it makes live streaming super easy. How is ice on Gull? I haven't checked it out yet. I would assume there's fishable ice in certain spots, but I haven't been, so I'm not sure. Slab Slayer said mash up bananas in some Jif peanut butter and put on the saltine crackers and freeze your peanut butter cups before eating them. You'll never eat them off the shelf again without freezing. Thanks for the pro tips. Appreciate it. It sounds good right about now, actually. The Minnow Scoop said there are some parts of Gull that are okay. Main Lake always takes a long time to lock, and those and with all that snow, it might be a little dicey. Yeah, that's some great advice. We at the Minnow Scoop is in our local walleye league. Awesome guy. It's also a really funny social media page. So if you want to check out that on Instagram, it's just peak memes. So go check out his page if you just need a little bit more fishing humor in your life. Jordan said, Nick likes barbecue, and that's it. Yep, you're right. She knows me well. She should know me well. Chat said, how's it going? I'm going next weekend. Are they super finicky? Oh gosh, there's a fish. Why didn't you guys tell me there was a fish? I got too locked in reading the comments. Well, at least it was over by the dead stick. I feel like the dead stick should just do its job. I didn't even see it. Did it like come up and nose the dead stick or anything, or did it just cruise right on past? Oh gosh. All right, I'm gonna just go back to reading the comments again. Mega Live or Garmin Live? This is Garmin Live right now. So. Chad said he was out in the metro fishing cats. Nice. Did you get into them? That's what I want to know. Christian Hoffman said, keep your Monday open. I've got an idea for us. Alright, I don't know what Christian's cooking up, but Christian's one of my good buddies, one of the best humans alive. Just a super awesome guy and one of my good friends, and I don't know what he's cooking up, but you got my antennas going. You got me interested. So we're gonna have to follow up on that thought, whatever it is. The Minnow Scoop said, LOL, thanks for the shout out. Of course, dude. I can't not shout you out. You gotta go check out that Instagram page if you guys like fishing memes. North Country Outdoors said, headed out to Beachside tomorrow. They are out past the bay. Right on. I hope you get into them. You should come fish Battle of the Bago in February. Tons of prizes and a good time. Yeah, that looks like a pretty fun event over there for sure. I wouldn't mind getting over there at some point. Raise your dead stick a little. I can bring it up. I can bring it up a little. Couldn't hurt. A lot of the fish have been so tight to bottom that I have it set a little bit lower just because You get it in front of their face. They don't seem to want to come up for it today for some reason. Jamie said that fish came out of nowhere. Okay, good to know, because I just looked down and there it was. So still got TJ in the chat. Have you ever tried those bait attractant balls? Way back in the day, we played with them a little bit. I had buddies who played with them, and like now I think they're illegal in Minnesota, I think. So yeah, so there's that. Just another law. Just another law. I could be wrong. They might be legal, but I'm pretty sure they're illegal. Reglow your buckshot. Yes, sir. Also lost the minnow head, so we should probably get a minnow head too. I don't know when that fell off. Maybe when I was pounding the bottom. Pop a fresh minnow head on there. Kerplunk. Pinch off the body. Oh, I gotta glow up. Almost forgot to glow up. Glow up. Drop her down. Rinse the minnow slime off my hand a little bit. Dry off the hand. Put the whole cover back on. We got a whole system. Walleyes are busy biting here in Duluth Harbor. Lots of small ones, but a heavy bunch. Nice, man. That is such a cool fishery, that Duluth Harbor. We should just be in the Duluth Harbor right now. Plenty good service for a live stream in Duluth as well. Jawjackers or the clam predator tip up? I have both. I haven't used either of them enough. I've used jawjackers. I don't have the predator right now, but my buddy Caleb Wistat helped design that. He's like co-owner of it, and Caleb is super dialed, so I'm sure it is a killer product. So either would be great. I'm sure both have positives and benefits, but I'm not super versed in them yet. Ever think of getting Starlink? So I actually do have Starlink. It's just still in my house. I'm a little bit averse to ladders, so but I just need to get I just need to go up and get it off the house at some point. But a lot of places that I like to do this do have good service. Like Red Lake is awesome service. Mille Lacs will have awesome service when we go out and do that. There's some local lakes kind of in like the Brainerd area that we'll do some live streams on in the future. And those all have, good service on a lot of those lakes. So, yeah, no, Starlink is a tool. Now, if I wanted to go up into Canada and do live streams, unless I'm going out of like a buddy's wheelhouse or something that has Starlink or something like that, I'm going to have to get Starlink. Otherwise, it's just not even viable with my hotspot, since I don't have Canadian hotspot or whatever. I'm kind of chilly, but I'm afraid to turn the heater up. You guys think I should risk it? I'm thinking about risking it. if you've been following along for the whole live stream, you know that anytime I mess with the heater, it bites me in the butt. Alright, we put it on high. I need everyone to pray right now that it does not kick off. That was probably stupid. I probably shouldn't have done that, but yeah, I am a little bit cold though, so. Did you forget more propane today? No, I went and got propane. So now I have propane, but now my heater is acting up, which I've actually never had happen before with this heater in particular, so I'm just kind of watching it. Just praying it doesn't click off. Yes. Prayer emojis in the comment section. I need them. Did you ever elevate the heater? No, I didn't, because once I brought that up, it hasn't shut off since. Knock on wood. So I would prefer to keep it lower so it can help keep my feet a little bit warmer. But if I do have more problems, I will elevate it for sure. Might need a propane filter. Yeah, possibly. I haven't had a problem yet, so but if I continue to have problems in the future, I'll definitely be looking at different hose options and filters and all that. Switch tanks, maybe a bad tank. Yeah, so I have two full 20-pound tanks, and I have switched between both of them. So anyway, we're crossing our fingers here. We're crossing our fingers here that we can stay running. Was the tank filled full? I've had problems with over full tanks at least years ago. I don't know. Yeah, they were filled full for sure. I'm not sure, but either way, maybe if I can burn enough of it, then it'll be good if that's the problem. Is there a certain brand of carbon monoxide detector you use? I should see if I can. Where did I set it? Did it fall down off the table? Where'd it go? Oh, I didn't even take it out yet. Guys, I've been doing it this whole time without the detector. Okay, here it is. Half the time the heater isn't even running, so. Guys, I've been out here without my CO detector. Stupid. That's stupid. Always have this running. I mean, if you're awake, there's a little bit less risk, especially when the heater keeps turning off. But if you're asleep, I mean, this is like 1000% you need one. Absolutely do not sleep in a fish house without one of these. I actually forgot to bring it out. Yeah. Hey, you guys saved me. I probably would have remembered before bed at least, but okay, so this one is, I bought this on Amazon. What is the brand? T-O-P-T-E-S. I don't know. This is what it looks like. This thing is really, really sick. So it's only probably just like a little bit more expensive than just the random little white ones that you can get at the hardware store. But this thing is so much better in so many ways. Like, it's got USB-C charging port, so you don't have to be changing batteries. So you got the charging port on the bottom there. And like, there's different settings. It's got a screen, you know, so you can see right now, 0. Can you guys see that? Kind of. Oh, there we go. If I turn it on side, 0. So it's got like a gauge, you know, that shows you what the readout is. So yeah, and it'll flash It'll flash and beep if it gets to a dangerous level. So I basically keep this close to my head, and this thing is sick. It lasts a super long time, but it's really nice that it's rechargeable, because there's nothing worse than coming out here and being like, and realizing that, oh, like my AA batteries or AAA batteries are dead in my CO detector. So anyway, there it is. That is what it is. My wife is not happy that I didn't have it on. Let me see if I can actually, I'll drop a link to it. I can probably find it on Amazon super quick here. Detector. I would definitely recommend this one. Yeah, it looks like it's $60 on Amazon right now. Apparently there's some sort of like coupon on it that makes it 53 bucks. Either way, I'll drop it in the comments here. I gotta pull up the live stream. I'm sure there's a faster way to do this, but I'm not super dialed yet here. There we go. Alright. There's an Amazon link if you guys are interested. So that's what it is. The brand is Taupe Tess. No wonder why I couldn't figure out what to call it. Okay. There. Are we back up? Okay, we're good. I didn't miss any fish while I was digging around on Amazon, did I? Usually you get a headache first if you're awake. Yeah, I mean, I still would highly recommend having one while you're awake, especially if you're going to be in the house for a while. But, yeah, generally you'll notice some side effects, but people definitely die in these fish houses just day fishing. So always make sure, you know, safety first. It's been an HVAC success live stream so far. Yeah, we've been dealing with the heater a lot so far. Trying to go back to some of these comments that I missed. I'll probably miss a few of them. What heater? So I actually have the bigger heat hog, and I should say too, like I've had a lot of success with it so far. But I've had a lot of success with buddy heaters too. So haven't usually had a lot of heater problems just in general over the years, but not tonight. Tonight's an issue. Wolves or Vikings fan? Yes. Yes to both. Big Wolves fan, big Vikings fan. Love watching the Wild when they get to the playoffs too. Slab Slayer said carbon monoxide sinks and stacks, so you don't want that sensor high up. Awake or not, you need to have it on. You can't smell it. Yeah, 100%. I would 100% recommend always running one. And also, how I set it, there's some people say, oh, you got to set it high. Some people say, oh, you got to set it low. You know, Slab Slayer said it sinks or whatever, but my best recommendation is setting that detector basically at head level, because that's where your head is. So that just makes logical sense to me. We got a here fishy fishy, here fishy fishy, here fishy fishy in the comments. Appreciate that. How's the bite on lower red? I don't know. Never been there. And unfortunately never will. Probably super good. I think maybe lack of oxygen, if sealed really well, is more probable than carbon monoxide with the ceramic heaters. Yeah, obviously that can be an issue for sure. Oh, it looks like my phone, just got an alert that my phone is getting low on battery. We actually need that for the live streams. Oh, it's at 20%, but I can plug it in. Let's see. Oh, I got a camera. I got a portable battery right here in my camera bag. We'll get the cell phone plugged in to make sure it does not interrupt the live stream. There we go. Alright, no worries now. Hey Nick, what are you getting Jordan for Christmas? You can tell us. We will keep it a secret. I can't tell you, just because here's the thing. Jordan is so supportive that she will sit down and watch this live stream. Well, she's probably here right now. She might be here right now, but she'll sit down and rewatch this live stream 3 or 4 times because she's so supportive. And so she'll hear me. She'll hear what I say. So I can't tell you. Your head is at head level. Since when? Since tonight when we go to bed. All right, let's see here. I think I'm gonna kick back, take a nap. You guys just let me know if any fish come through. Sorry. Oh, Jordan's in the chat. Definitely won't be rewatching. I'll just watch live. That's good. I'm just glad you pop in live at all. I consider that to be extremely, extremely supportive. Have you used ice braid? Never tried it, but keep going down the rabbit hole on forums about pros and cons. Feels like I just need to try it myself to find out. Yeah, you know, the whole forum thing, Facebook groups, you can hear everyone's opinion on it. At the end of the day, you just gotta grab it and you gotta put it on a reel and you just gotta try it yourself. You know, it's not like a big diesel heater setup, or it's not like a big wheelhouse, or, you know, like, it's a pretty low barrier to entry. Just throw some of it on a reel and give it a try. My personal opinion, but here's the thing, is my personal opinion, is that I prefer to use like fluoro or mono. I just feel like it handles better in that cold weather. And I also feel like having a little bit of stretch, there is some benefit to that when fighting fish in your line. So that's my opinion. So I personally like to use mono and fluoro. But TJ, he likes to use braid. And honestly, I used braid for a long time. I used to just take my reels right off my open water rods and just slap them on some ice rods and let her buck. But I've just grown to start preferring non-braided setups over the years. So that is just my 2 cents. But try braid for yourself, because you might find that you absolutely love it. I mean, if you fish inside a lot, braid's awesome. I think it's super good. I mean, you can feel bites a little bit better, so there's definitely some utility to it for sure. My wife said, Hub and Ella say hi. What up, kiddos? Hope you guys are having a good night. You guys have caught just as many fish as I have tonight. What is the temperature outside? I don't know. It's pretty cold. I should see what we got for weather right now. It says it's 0. It says it's 0 degrees. So this would not be a good night for the heater to go out. So hopefully that continues to run wonderfully. Knock on wood. Let's keep the heater going. And yeah, 0 degrees, so that's a little chilly. I think that's slightly colder than it was last night, if I remember right. Might have to cancel my trip next week, it's so slow. Here's the thing, if it's slow right now, that means that they have to eat at some point. So you let me soak up the slow bite, and then you come when they're chewing. I think that's how you should handle it. Oh, there's one coming in. Why you just put on the brakes like that? Oh, come on. It wasn't very big, but I mean, it was a viable walleye. That one like put on the brakes and was like, oh, I'm not going over that spoon. It just like swam right past the dead stick. Okay, well, that'll happen. The bite is so stinking hard today. Heated sleeping pad or sleeping bag that works off battery pack would be a good backup to sleep with while heater works. If it quits running, turn on the heat on the sleeping bag. That's a really good idea, actually. I don't know if there are heated sleeping bags. Or heated sleeping mats. That would be, I should look that up. I mean, I'm pretty happy with my setup at the moment, but if the heater kicks off, it does get pretty stinking cold. The walleyes have seen 8 million jigs in a week. Yeah, that doesn't help. They're just a little off today, though, just in general. Did you move spots today? Yeah, so we're in a totally different spot today. This is a little bit shallower. We drove like about a mile and a half away from the spot that we were fishing, so we're 2 feet shallower than we were yesterday, and we're about a mile and a half from where we were yesterday. It was moving faster, maybe the bite will pick up soon. Yeah, actually, I think that's a great observation. Like, sure, that thing like didn't even look at the baits at all, but the fact that it was moving faster is positive. So like when the bite is tough like this, you'll see less fish because they're just not moving around as much, as fast, as hard. You know, sometimes they'll avoid baits. They'll kind of swim, they'll skirt around. The heater just kicked off. So just to see the fish actually moving at a decent speed is actually kind of a positive development, honestly. Jeez. Okay, we're gonna put this on. We're gonna elevate the heater a little bit. What are our options here? I got so much stuff piled up back here that it makes this a little bit tricky. But I do have a crate. Just access it here. I've got a few crates actually. Boy, I wonder. Oh, that one's gonna be too hard to get to. There's only one that I got that's gonna be easy to get to. And it's got stuff in it, so we gotta pull the stuff out. Get that stuff out here. Some of my garbage is in it. go. Okay, now she's a little bit higher. See if that makes a difference. That won't start, of course. Gotta get the pilot to go again. The pilot is not staying on. Come on. Come on now. Come on. Well, the pilot is not staying on, which I think that just means it's going to kick off. Yep. Alright, well that sucks. Well, the heat's not going. Did we mark one while I was trying to start the stupid heater? Is that what happened? Bring the tank inside and turn it off. Don't worry, the tank is inside. I've had issues with the heater and unhooking the hose from the tank and heater and reattaching solved it. Yeah, I have tried that a couple times so far. Leave the tank off and try to light it again. It's not, or it's got liquid in the line. Heat hogs are trash. I've had 3 of them, all sizes, and all 3 went into the dumpster. Mine, I had a full season of it working super good, so I would like to hope that this one is gonna be viable, but oh, it's gotten so cold in here already. Alright, I'm gonna try starting it back up again. That's why the pilot is acting funny. Alright, I'm gonna read some of your guys' comments here before I start messing with it. I mean, when you get so many suggestions, it's hard to know like what to do, but shut the nozzle on the tank and then just barely open the nozzle again. Could try it. I usually just crank it all the way open, so I'm gonna run all the propane out of the tank here. Or not out of the tank, out of the hose. The pilot is staying on now. I actually closed the valve and the pilot is staying on. I don't know what that means. Maybe I just gotta run it with the valve just being slightly opened. Oh, I think we just lost the pilot. So far it's acting a little bit better. Jeez. Keep losing the pilot though. Alright, keep going. Keep going. We're dying in here. Well, it's running with one of the plates right now. Jeez, it's got cold in here. Ugh, holy cow. Slowly start to open it. Yeah, so basically what I did is I closed it. Well, the first thing I did was I tried to run all the propane out of the line, so I closed it all the way, and then just turned on the heat and just ran all the propane out of the line there, out of the hose, and then I just barely cracked it open, and it seems to be performing a lot better now. So Q-tip the pilot flame hole. They get soot in them. Yeah, that's a good thing to try. It's definitely, the pilot is definitely the problem for sure. Well, I don't know what the problem is, but the pilot is not staying on for whatever reason. Alright, well, we got some heat. We got finicky walleyes and a little bit of heat. Thermocouple IMO. Is the flame blue or is it flickering orange sometimes? It's blue right now. It's blue right now. My wife said, "Come home." I only have one problem with that, and that is my snowmobile won't start right now because it's not electric starting and it's not pull starting, and I'm not strong enough to pull it into the trailer by myself, so I don't think I have anybody to help help me get that in. So I probably can't go home realistically. MN Rods and Reels said, I'm out of west wind right now and it's getting cold, and boy, they shut off with the cold front rolling in. Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, it's good to know. I appreciate you saying that. Letting me know, because obviously it feels good to know that the bite is hard just in general, and that I didn't just drop onto a terrible spot to do this live stream. $450 people watching to help. Yeah, exactly. Dude, who are you calling if the heat goes out? So I can sleep in my sleeping bag tonight, for sure. That is not a problem. I will survive the night. Blue is good. Yeah, no, the pilot is still blue, which is good. If it is flickering orange, the pilot hole is dirty. You can clean it with rubbing alcohol and a Q-tip to get the soot out. That's good to know. I should probably just do that anyway when I get home, honestly. I don't have a Q-tip right now, but... How's the bite around the first of the year? I think it can be pretty good still, for sure. I will say though, if anybody's on Upper Red Lake right now, around the east side, I guess most people are on the east side, but if anyone's on the lake right now, out of kind of like the Sunny Beach, or is that what it's called? Sunny Beach Access Road or whatever. The up north Fish House Rentals, kind of by Westwind. If anybody wants to help me pull my snowmobile into the trailer, let me know. Let me know in the comments here, and maybe you can help me pull it up. I wouldn't mind going home right now. It'd be pretty late. I can stick it out too. I can sleep out here. It wouldn't be a big deal. But realistically, I don't have any options because I can't get that snowmobile in there. JD said, there's fish. I don't see him. Was he lurking around on the outside there? Have you swapped tanks to see if the tank is having an issue? Yeah, I did try. I tried both tanks already. So this might be the most realistic fishing show ever. We have all had heater problems at one point. Hope it straightens out for you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I hope it straightens out for me too. It'd be nice. The problem is that actually it's kind of worked for a while and then it's kind of gone down. So I don't know what the problem is. Chad said first time coming up on the 1st. Typically go to the lake. Typically go to Lake of the Woods hoping for better quality fish, not a 100 little guys for one eater. Yeah, that is the one thing I don't love about Lake of the Woods, is you got to sift through so many like little cigar fish on a lot of spots. I'm sure you can get into some areas where it's just consistently better fish or whatever, but for the most part, a lot of the times when you're out there, it seems like ultimately like you end up with so many small fish. So red is just better on average fish. Like every fish you catch is pretty much an eater on red for the most part. Yo, is your heater cooked now or what? Just got back. I mean it's working now, but I Every 30 minutes or an hour, even after I get it working, it seems like it just poops again. This turned into a Survivor Man episode. Slab Slayers get... Oh, there's one right underneath me here. Come on. Just one time. Just one time. Just one time, please. Come on. Alright guys, we had another one crawl over and not bite. Just one of those nights. Yes, it is a... Oh, there's one over there. Come on. Pound the bottom. This one's moving a little bit better. Come on. What does he want? Does he want it up? He doesn't want it at all. He doesn't want any of it. North Dakota's getting 30-mile-an-hour winds tomorrow with -3 high on Saturday. I'll stay home. Yeah, I think that's understandable. Very understandable. Change lures, they say. We could change lures, why not? These fish are acting like they're on Ozempic. Yeah, I noticed that. They are not hungry. Any luck so far tonight? No, we've been crapping the bed. It has been rough. No fish. 0 fishes. Where did I put that jig? We're gonna put a little crappie king jig on, guys. This is my last ditch resort. This thing's got such a little tiny little line tie. I don't even know if the snap is going to be able to get in there. Oh, no, we got it. We're good. I'm still running the snap, even though you could tie direct, but we're just going to run this little jig right here, and I'm just going to nose hook a little minnow. So, this is last chance offering. If I get turned down by 1 or 2 on this thing, it might just be a lost cause, guys. I'm telling you. So we're just going to nose hook it. Just right through the lips. There we go. Sometimes you can lose your bait when you just barely go by the lips there, but we'll just have to keep an eye on it. Let me know if it swims off. Put the hole cover on. Try big tungsten with a minnow head. Yeah, no. So we got this like little tungsten crappie jig, and got that full minnow just nose hooked on it. That's one of the better little tricks to try. The full minnow tricks. Last year caught a 27-inch walleye fishing for perch in Wabe. That's awesome. Is that a fish over there on the side? Or no? What is that? No. Seems like the... Don't even say it. Don't even talk about the heater. Don't bring it up. Do you have many trout lakes in Minnesota? Not a ton. We don't have a ton of trout lakes, but there are some options. I mean, we've got quite a few stock trout lakes, I guess, but like we don't have very many lake trout fisheries. Like there are just thousands of lakes stocked with walleye, but not very many stocked with trout. Are you gonna set up a rattle reel tonight? Honestly, probably not. I'll just get some sleep. That's what I like to do when I'm out here. What happened with the Yamaha? Oh, here we go. What are they doing, man? They're not even like looking at the lures. Like, why? You know? Like, what in the heck? Drive by. This is brutal. Yeah, this sucks. This bite sucks. Blair said, my nephew and buddies are staying at Rogers on Red. Would be willing to help you. It's up to you guys. I think if I had the option, I would love to pull my snowmobile up into the trailer and pack up and drive home. Because this bite is so terrible that I almost would just prefer not to sleep out here. Get home late, but, you know, not have to deal with the heater anymore. And so Blair, if that is an option, let me know. I think that would be cool. I almost missed your message there. Worst part of live scope, seeing how many fish don't bite. Yeah, that is so accurate. So accurate. Some of these fish aren't even getting close enough to... They wouldn't even probably show up on 2D sonar, realistically. Do you ever open water fish red? I have before. I have done it. Me and actually Brad Hawthorne came out up here and trolled cranks and caught like a mess of walleyes up here. It's really cool open water for sure. Have you ever fished Lake Ontario? No. I've never fished Lake Ontario. Maybe they're playing with your emotions. They definitely are playing with my emotions. What's up, Nick? Was great talking with you at Tom Reed's. I'm planning to fish the north side of Mille Lacs Saturday. Heck yeah, man! Good luck. I hope you get into them. Cream some big fish. Leesburg in the chat said sleeping on Chuck's couch doesn't sound bad, huh? Well, if this heater keeps on kicking out all through the night, it's going to be a cold night because I don't know if I'm going to get up to restart it every time, so. But maybe it's just going to run good now. Maybe we're good. Hopefully. Cross our fingers. Bite will pick up, let's hope. Hey, I will say last night when we did this, because we streamed till 1 a.m. last night. Last night, it actually kind of did get better as we got into the middle of the night. It was like 11 something that there was like a really nice flurry of fish. Alright, so if you leave, the bite will pick up. Blair, I would definitely take you up on that. I don't know the best way to get in contact with you at this point. But let me know. I don't know if there's a message on Instagram, or I don't know that I want to put my cell phone number into the chat or whatever. But I would take them up on that if it was an option. This is so fun. You should definitely do more of these. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. It's I think they are really fun, and I should do more of them. So I agree with you on all accounts. I definitely am going to do more around home for sure. We got a few different bites around home that I think would be fun for this. If you're willing to come up to Ontario, I can put you on some good walleye spots in Lake Ontario. That'd be super fun. Yeah, Lake Ontario is just super far. I think that's the only reason, the only reason I haven't done it yet. But yeah, that's an amazing fishery. I'm trying to think, because I fished Lake Erie, fished Lake Michigan, Superior. I don't think I've gotten to Ontario. Yeah, Jordan said I can't put my phone number on the public chat. Do you guys all just want my phone number? You guys can just text me whenever you want. Send me your fish pictures. Ask me fishing questions. Don't ask me any questions about where to fish on Upper Red Lake, because this has not been a successful night. No, I think it is just a tough bite, though. It's one of those deals. You kind of got to just put up with it every now and then. Actually, some of the worst bites I've had on Upper Red actually are super, super early. So you think early ice, you know, you think of that being a good bite, like a good scenario. But like a lot of times, if you get there, if you're one of the first guys to walk out there, some of the toughest days I've had where I've gone out with groups and we've caught like nothing or one or two fish is before the lake kind of settles down and everything settles up. Obviously, everything is, you know, the water clarity's good and everything's settled right now. But it is just, I'm just bringing that up as kind of an interesting example. Like, it's not always red hot on Red Lake, but a lot of the times it is. It's always a success when you're on the ice. I totally agree with that, Vang, 100%. Yeah, it's just good to get out. It's good to get set up. It's good to hang out on the ice. It's nice and solitary and calm. Gotta have the bad bites to have the best ones. Yeah, I mean, you can't have one of the best bites you've ever had without having the other ones, right? There's some logic there. Alright, let's see here. I keep getting text messages, so I gotta make sure I'm not missing some. Sorry, distraction. Ooh. All right, how many people do we got in here watching? Anybody who's watching now is, as they say, one of the real ones. Well, there's like over 400 people watching. That's crazy. Yeah, like this is a real tricky, tough bite. So if you're watching us grind through this bite, I appreciate it. You guys just like hanging out, I think. But it's also one of those things, right, where it's just going to be all the more satisfying if we actually poke one. That is the one thing I really like about walleye fishing, is the fact that it is really rewarding when you catch them. Like lakes like Upper Red Lake almost take that away from you in some ways, because if you don't catch, 6, 8, 10, 12, whatever fish, especially on early ice, you're like, oh man, the bite wasn't very good. But you fish around home, maybe on a stocked walleye lake, and you catch a couple fish, I mean, that's a great day. So, and there's such short bite windows on a lot of these lakes, So it's one of those things where you kind of get to appreciate the catches that you have. So that is one thing I really like about walleye fishing. Charging up my batteries for Saturday. Absolutely. When you shut off the heater, you always need to shut off at the tank and let the gas through the hose burn out. Right on. Thank you for the tip. I appreciate that. That actually is what I do normally. I don't know why. I don't know what the rhyme or reason is, but something just seems logical to me about just letting it burn out of the hose. I don't know if that's the right thing to do or not, but thank you for confirming that for me. Like that is super good to know. Let's go watch your last night's video. It was epic. Good work, guys. Yeah, I appreciate it. Let's see here. Got to catch up on messages. At least you won't end up like a pufferfish face again. Yeah, that was some bad. My face was like blowing up. I had like some sort of allergies to go with my sunburn last year on late ice when we did that walleye cup video. Yeah, that happens to me every year on late ice for some reason. I don't know why. If I had your phone number, I'd invite you to go fish Sakakawea with us every weekend in the summer. I like that. I do got to get to Sakakawea. I got to get there real bad. Zach said he's on red watching. Well, let me know when you catch Zach. Keep me posted. Pulling for you. Turn on the bite. Let's go. I'd love to at least stick one here before too long. I'm gonna buy you a Mr. Heater for Christmas. That would be a heck of a Christmas present. I think I gotta start. I don't know why I didn't bring my Mr. Heater. I always have that in my snowmobile trailer. So I don't know why it wasn't there. So must be in the garage or something. The heater issue has become a survivor issue and has totally distracted you from this horrible bite. See, then I really like that. I think you're really thinking on the bright side of things. It feels so real. Feels like we're actually there with you, getting skunked. Hey, it's not over yet. Nick, should I drive some C4? C4 for you? Yeah, maybe. Jason said, Nick, you're keeping my work night moving. If you stay on till 3, that would be great. Hey, last night we stayed on till 1. That was pretty late. Chad asked, how's Uncle Al doing? He's doing good. He's having a good time. He's got some big plans for this winter going down south. We should chip in to buy Nick a new heater. Oh, that's awesome. Wild hockey on TV and Nick on my phone. There you go, Craig. I like that. Go wild. They're kind of killing it this year, aren't they? I'm excited. I usually don't watch like hockey and basketball much until we get to the playoffs, and then I try and watch every game if I can. Recharge your glow spoon. What am I using again? Oh, that jig. Well, now I have the jig on, so I don't know that I need to reglow it. Where is Red Lake? It's in northern Minnesota. It's big. You'll see it on the map. I don't think I can keep up with all the text here, guys. I was trying to hit all of them, but you guys are messaging too fast for me. Ugh. Oh, geez. We got a super chat. A sympathy super chat. To put towards your new heater fund. There we go. I appreciate that, man. I don't know. I feel like... Okay, here's what I want to know. For all you that use diesel heaters, are diesel heaters extremely reliable? Like, I've found propane heaters to be mostly reliable. Obviously, tonight is an exception. Tonight has sucked. But are diesel heaters... Like, if you just went out with one diesel heater and you said, I just have faith that it's going to work for sure. Like, do they pretty much always work? Or are they kind of like propane where sometimes they can have issues? So let me know. I'd be curious. Dry heat is amazing. 100% the way to go. Yeah, I know it's dry heat. Like, I know they're awesome. I just want to know how reliable are they. Like, do they work 100% of the time, every time? Like, what is the deal exactly? Did you meet up with Buddy Jaron? Pretty sure he's up on Red right now. I didn't. Actually, I did talk to him at the St. Paul show, and we both determined that we were going to be here at the same time. Excuse me. But we have not met up, and a meetup I don't think is going to end up happening at this point, because either I'm leaving tonight or I'm leaving in the morning. So diesel is great. I've used the same one for 3 years. They're great, way better than Mr. Heater. Barely sip any fuel. I would never rely on only one source of heat. Yeah, I think that's a valid point, just in general. So I totally agree. I can't get my second propane heater to start either. So it's just one of those things. Set it and forget it for me. Never fails, but you need a battery also. A wood stove. Get a wood stove. A wood stove would be sick, but not viable at the moment. I've had mine work 99% of the time. So that tells me that you have had an issue at one point. But it also means that it works 99% of the time, which is a pretty good percentage. Ever thought about fishing with a fan live stream? That's kind of an interesting concept. That would be really fun. Never had a problem with mine with it sitting outside in negative 40-degree weather. Well, that's a testament right there. The Amazon diesel heaters are horrible. Get a good one that truckers use in their sleepers. Yeah, you should send me a link to something like that. That sounds awesome. 60% of the time they work 100% of the time. Is there a quiet one out there? Is one of the questions. A lot of the people I've talked to said they're loud until they've like warmed up or something and then they get quiet. I've had a diesel heater for 3 years now and I've never been failed yet. I do run winter extra extreme diesel treatment in my fuel 100% of the time. Not sure if that helps. I've yet to have an issue with my Calorie brand diesel heater. My Whip Pro is quiet. Do you need a Yeah, you do need a battery to run a diesel heater. Yes. Propane freezes at -40. I do almost always keep my propane. Oh, you guys, I was so locked in reading the comments. Did I mess it up? That's what I want to know. I don't see it. I was way too locked in reading your guys' comments. It snuck across the bottom from left to right. I wish this chat wasn't delayed a little bit. It's like delayed like 10 seconds. Or maybe a little, I don't know, 10, maybe 10 seconds. I'm not sure. The fuel pump ticks on the old ones. So maybe the newer ones are better. I'm not sure. I run the LF Bros in my garage and it's quiet. Cruised by. The fish was the definition of unbothered. I use kerosene in a diesel in mine. The definition of unbothered. That is so depressing. Alright guys. I'm gonna make a call. Blair messaged me with a phone number for his nephew. So I'm gonna make a quick phone call and see if it's viable to get a little help to get my snowmobile in the trailer. That thing is really heavy, so anyway, I'm gonna make this call. 701 number, North Dakota. So I'm just gonna mute myself for a second just because I don't feel like I need to have the phone call in the wild one. Heck yeah. Alright guys, hold on. We're gonna pause this thing for a second. I mean, I'll still be looking at the screen and there'll still be fish running around, but I'm gonna mute myself for a second. All right, guys. Big shout out to Brody and his buddy. They are gonna help me pull my snowmobile into the trailer. It's so stinking big and heavy. It's just a hoss of a snowmobile. No way I'd be able to pull it into the trailer myself. So big thanks to them. And I usually do the long Minnesota goodbye on these live streams, but I gotta stop it like right now ASAP because those guys are, well, it's gonna take me a long time to get all this stuff packed up. So I'm gonna do a real quick pack on this stuff. And then we gotta go. Yeah, you lost me, unfortunately. I can't even like look at the comments because I'm gonna get roped in to chatting. So anyway, thank you all for watching this far. I don't even know how long we've been streaming for. Maybe 4 hours or something. 4.5. I mean, that's like kind of a short stream by our standards, right? So anyway, I really have to go. I can't believe we didn't catch any fish. That is actually nuts, but at least we started seeing some fish for a little bit there. So at least you guys got to see that we were in a decent enough spot, that we had some opportunities. Yeah, the fish were just so stupidly tight-lipped. Very annoying. Anyway, we'll be doing more live streams in the future. Stay tuned. Also, giveaway. There's a giveaway. The top comment there, so click on the link, check out the giveaway if you're interested. I reached out to a bunch of companies to get some awesome gear to give away here later this winter. So anyway, take her easy. Thank you guys for watching all the way to the end. Oh, and one more thing. I almost forgot. The next